pass back to Ms Wilson, I was just going to ask Mr Collar a question. We're trying to give on our website indication to interested parties, as much indication as we can, as to running order and who they might hear from and when. I appreciate this might still be subject to change, but do you have an idea of which order you would be intending to for the coalition's witnesses to appear?
Thank you, sir. Our preference would be for Mr McAdam to be heard first if the coalition witnesses start on Friday, but that would depend when on Friday. If the coalition evidence only starts midway through Friday, then it might be Dr Wright on ornithology. My apologies for the uncertainty that causes, but as I'm sure you can imagine, it's trying to work around witnesses' availability. And I can explain, but I think for the purposes you outlined, you probably don't need the explanation, you just needed the provisional indication.
So it would be Mr McAdam if we start Friday morning, but possibly Dr Wright if it's later on in the Friday, and if it's Thursday, possibly.
Well, if it was Thursday, it would definitely be Mr McAdam because he has the availability issues. So we would definitely want to call him first. The caveat with that, which goes back to the Friday point, is providing there's enough time to finish his evidence. So Thursday would actually be ideal because we could finish his evidence. It might just be useful to add, if indeed it is Mr McAdam first on Thursday, then that would be followed by Dr Wright. And then just reminding ourselves that on Tuesday, Mr Hughes has been specially arranged, as it were.
I mean, we are getting ahead, but so also we have Dr Hansom, who's available on Tuesday. So I think our thinking was on Tuesday, whatever happens, we would start off with Dr Hansom, and then Mr Hughes would give his evidence after that. Yeah.
That would actually suit us, sir. Thanks.
Okay. Well, if that all sounds okay to everyone, then I'll pass over back to Ms Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Dr Cosgrove.
Good morning.
We finished yesterday afternoon with you describing the extent to which you influenced the layout. Could we move, please, to the EIA process? What experience do you have with carrying out environmental impact assessment work? Obviously, you did the ecological impact assessment for this project, but generally, what experience do you have?
I would say I'm a highly experienced EIA practitioner. I've produced over 25 ES chapters under EIA regs in ecology and ornithology, with dozens of additional ecological impact assessment work whilst being at Albury Ecology. I've had ongoing training, both formal and on the job, as part of my continued professional development. Prior to working for Albury Ecology, I was also involved with numerous EIA projects when I worked at a Glasgow-based consultancy called EnviroCentre. This work has included some particularly high-profile cases, and one in particular is the Viking Energy, a large wind farm in Shetland, where we wrote the ecology chapter and contributed to the ornithology chapter. The case went to the UK Supreme Court on untried mitigation in relation to the breeding biology of the whimbrel.
Can I just interrupt you there?
Sorry.
You're going a little bit fast.
Sorry.
If you could slow down, please,
sure.
in your evidence. Going back to the Viking case,
okay.
Myself and my learned friend, Mr Mackay, who was my learned junior in the Supreme Court case acting for Viking Energy, know very well about that case. In relation to the untried mitigation that was the question that was taken to the Supreme Court
Yes.
by the objector group. Could you slowly explain what that mitigation plan was?
I'll try my best. The issue with Viking, with Wimbrel, this rare breeding wading bird, was that nobody had actually successfully managed habitat for Wimbrel in the first place. And so the proposed methods, which were, in our opinion, based on good science, were untried and untested. And those methods included managing land with landowners. It included long-term management agreements with the landowners, identifying the key components of the habitats that needed to be managed for both the adult feeding birds and the juvenile foraging birds. It's a particularly complex species to work on because so little was known about the birds, and the adults tended to forage away from where the juveniles were. The juvenile birds are precocial, and that means that literally after they've hatched, they forage independently from their parents. And so their habitat requirements were different for, and we demonstrated they were different for their needs than the adult birds. And so in this quite complex case, we had to be able to show that the mitigation that was proposed would address both the requirements of the chicks, which foraged independently, and also the adults, which roamed far and wide and used different habitats. The basis of that work was then published, and my colleague Dr. Massey is the lead author on that work, and that's been peer-reviewed, and it's in the journal Bird Study. And the case that went to the Supreme Court was won on the basis of that work. And at the time, a little bit allied to comments that were made by Mr. Taylor, we pleaded that the results of the work that we had been doing should be published because it's important to have a peer review basis for future evidence on these things. And so we made a commitment to publish that, which we did in our own time afterwards. And that's now a matter for public record.
I should just clarify for you, sirs, that Dr. Cosgrove's not entirely correct. The case wasn't won on the basis of the published literature. The case was won on a point of law.
Sorry, I'm not a lawyer, so...
I'm quite sure that Dr. Cosgrove thinks it's because of his work that the case wasn't won, but it was actually the work of the lawyers.
That was what the clients told me.
You mentioned continuous professional development.
Yes.
What is the requirement of your professional body in terms of continuous professional development?
There are a number of hours per year of very formalised training, so that's attending courses or seminars that you require. There's lots of background reading, and there's also practical assessment and use of the methodologies that you are trained in or are leading on.
In terms of EIA methodology, do you work to particular guidance from your institute?
Yes, I do, and the body that we started working under in terms of the guidance was called the Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management, IEEM, and during the process of this proposed development, the institute became the Chartered Institute and became CIEEM. And the guidance that we worked to under ecological impact assessment was published in 2006 for IEEM, and that included the period right throughout 2015 into early 2016. In 2016, the guidance was revised and referenced as CIM 2016, and that lasted for 2 years. And then there was a review last year, and there's new guidance from the Institute, which is CIEEM 2018. For the purposes of the environmental statement and the work that we did under it, it was done under the auspices of the 2006 and the 2016 guidance. And those are the ones that I've referred to in the ES chapters in my inquiry statement and my recognition.
Now, there's a criticism made against you and Alba Ecology, both by the Coalition and also by not Coul, in Dr. Dargey's evidence, that insufficient work was carried out, insufficient survey work was carried out for the purposes of the EIA, and that too much reliance was placed upon SNH's advice.
Correct.
What is your approach toward scoping for an EIA?
Well, the approach that I took in this particular case was to follow the guidance which said that early engagement with the statutory authorities was highly advantageous, and we could get the guidance out and I could read it word for word, but it basically says that early engagement and early pre-application advice should be sought, particularly where projects are likely to be complex. And so, picking up from yesterday, having had the initial conversation from the applicant and having walked the site with the golf course architect, we engaged, or rather I particularly engaged with SNH as early as possible. The reasons for doing that, apart from it being good practice, is that we wanted to undertake a series of surveys as soon as possible, and the surveys are seasonal, and the clock was sort of ticking in terms of making sure that we could undertake the surveys during the correct time. So I was very keen to begin that process, which in my shorthand in my statements is just called the pre-app consultation, and I did that with the local SNH staff, who were very helpful and basically provided information on what they considered to be the likely significant effects of the development, and therefore where I should concentrate my efforts at research and survey work. They also suggested that the applicant, it wasn't specifically to me, but it was to the applicant, that they should move forward into a much more formal scoping process with the Highland Council as early as possible. And I concurred with that. And then through the period end of 2015 into 2016, I had a series of meetings and phone calls and email conversations in relation to the surveys that SNH had identified as likely to be required. The SNH provided formal written scoping. I think it was a letter in June 2016 which outlined formally what surveys and what assessments particularly they wanted to see, and that basically mirrored what they had outlined in the pre-application comments, with two sort of changes. The wintering bird work had already been done, so they didn't ask for any more, and they had already said that one winter season would be sufficient for them. And they then identified, I think it was, that protected mammals, which are sort of legally protected species, European protected species, needed to be surveyed, and that gave us impetus to do additional survey work.
Based on your experience, Dr. Cosgrove, what must be included within an environmental statement in terms of description of effects?
The key phrase is likely significant effect, and it's a reflection of the key term in the 2011 EIA regulations. Likely significant effect is a very important term, and it is different from other terms that are used. And
specifically, what are you referring to when you say other terms that are used?
Well, I noticed that Professor Angus used the words adverse impacts in his inquiry, in his evidence here, and quite a lot of other organisations have interchanged words with adverse impact and likely significant effects. And it is the likely significant effects that we have to concentrate on, and there's very clear guidance on that is what we should focus on.
You'll recall that when I was cross-examining Professor Angus, and I was putting to him this distinction, he described it as semantics. Do you agree it's semantics?
No, I don't agree it's semantics. If I can quote from the guidance that I have to work to.
Is this the Institute's guidance?
This is the Institute's guidance, and it is SAIMS 2016 guidance. I don't know if everybody wants to get it out. I can just read it with a paragraph number.
It may be helpful to look it up. It's APP 2.4. And what paragraph number are you referring to?
I'm suggesting, well, I'm not suggesting, I want to read you paragraph 5.8.
Okay, if you proceed.
There could be any number of possible impacts on important ecological features arising from a development. However, it is only necessary to describe in detail the impacts that are likely to be significant. Likely to be significant and likely significant effects are interchangeable terms in the guidance, but it is always about likely significant effects. Significance is a concept in the guidance which appears further on in paragraph 5.25.
Could you turn to paragraph 5.25?
And is that... Significance is a concept related to the weight that should be attached to the effects when decisions are made. For the purposes of ECIA, which is the work that I was carrying out, significant effect is an effect that either supports or undermines the biodiversity conservation objectives of an important ecological feature or features for biodiversity in general.
Could you look at the ES, please, which is CD 1.7? And if you turn to page 194. Do you have that?
No. Yes, I've got 194 in front of me.
And it's paragraph 5.4.5 that discusses significance.
Yes.
Could you just read out the first part of that up until the quotation from the 2006 guidance, which was the relevant guidance at the time that this was prepared?
Yes. Consideration of the importance and sensitivity of receptors and the magnitude of impacts or changes helps to determine the likely significance of a potential effect. In the context of the EIA regulations, each likely effect is evaluated and classified as either significant or not significant, using professional judgment, evidence, and best practice guidance.
If you carry on until you read through the quotation from 2006.
You want me to read into the quotation? Yeah. In this assessment, an ecologically significant effect is defined following IEM 2006 as an impact on the integrity of a defined site or ecosystem and or the conservation status of habitats or species within a defined geographical area.
In your EI work that you've carried out in different projects, how many of those projects have involved designated sites, either at a national or international level?
Many of them, quite often not development on the site, but in proximity to and so those would have to be taken into account, and likely significant effects is always the least determining factor in those considerations.
SNH refer to the 2017 regulations in
They
their
do.
evidence. You've mentioned the 2011 regulations. Based upon your experience, which are the relevant regulations for this project?
My understanding, and as we've said earlier, I'm not a lawyer, is that the 2011 regulations are the relevant one, and those are the ones that I work to, and those outline likely significant effects as being an important factor.
Other objectors, not SNH, the other objectors criticise you for not doing additional survey work, and in particular, one witness, Mark Young from the Coalition, goes further to allege that you did not comply with your professional obligations. And if you could have Mark Young's inquiry report in front of you. So as far as we're concerned on this side of the room, we don't believe that is a document that has a production number. But maybe Milan and Mr. Collar can clarify.
That's correct. None of the Coalition's topic papers are individually referenced with a alphanumeric.
So I wonder if at this point we should just give them numbers, because we're going to be in the cross-examination of these witnesses and it's going to be difficult if they don't have numbers.
Okay, that seems maybe helpful to you. I'm not sure what the last number is in the sequence, though, as it stands.
There is an inventory that has, or a list of documents that has MY reference. It probably should just be added on to that list of MYs.
Yeah, so that would be MY-046 then, if is that the last one I can see is MY-045.
That would be correct, sir. I don't know if we also want to number the recognition, then if that would be of assistance. That would just be the next number. None of those are numbered from any parties, I don't think, so I'm not sure we need to. We have the topic papers from Mr. McAdam and Dr. Wright, but we can come on to them later, I guess. If for now we can refer to the Mark Young topic paper as MY-046. We can think numbers for the other.
Do you have that?
I do have that open, yes.
Could you turn to section 6 at page 20 of this report, which contains criticisms of methodology?
I have page 20 open.
And in paragraph 6.2, there's reference made there to the Institute's guidelines.
Yes.
And there's reference to the 2018 guidelines. So far as you're concerned, in terms of the EIA work that you carried out, ecological impact assessment work that you carried out, which are the guidelines that are relevant to whether or not you fulfilled your responsibilities?
Both the 2006 and the 2016. I didn't do any work under the 2018 guidance on this.
And then in paragraph 6.7, there's reference to stakeholder engagement and a suggestion that you didn't comply with that. Were you involved in public consultation meetings? I
was involved with public consultation meetings, yes.
And so far as you're concerned, were those obligations fulfilled?
I was involved in those meetings. I don't know how, I don't quite understand the question.
So far as engaging with both stakeholders and the public, were you satisfied that you were appropriately involved in the consultation process?
Yes, I was involved with the direct liaison with the statutory consultees, and I was also available at public meetings, but the applicant led the general approach to consulting with members of the public.
Then in paragraph 6.7, there's more serious allegations made. Reading from the second sentence, however, absence of advice from SNH does not prevent exercise of professional judgment by their ecological consultants on the important components of the ecosystems that could be affected at Coul Links. In my view, the ecological consultants, as members of SEAM, failed to abide by the guidelines by not using their expert judgment. And then he goes on to mention why he thinks that in relation to invertebrates. But the suggestion is that you did not act professionally in accordance with the guidelines. So far as, if I ask you this general question, first of all, so far as your involvement in this project is concerned, did you adopt any different approach to any of the other projects that you've been involved in and which have got consent?
I think the main difference with this project was the specific engagement with SNH's key team of ecological advisors. On most other projects I've been involved with, and including designated sites, the liaison is often with an area officer, and there is usually one-to-one contact, and often it falls upon the area officer to provide advice on a range of factors. From the initial pre-application meeting, SNH made it quite clear that the site was highly sensitive, it was very important to them, and that they were anxious that the best available advice was going to be available, and they said that they were pulling together a team of experts who were going to provide guidance on all the different taxonomic issues in terms of surveys and requirements. And I took that to be different to the usual situation, because I think it's unfair to rely on a single area officer to answer all the questions and be expected to know everything about everything. But with a project in a sensitive area with potentially significant issues involved, involving a series of technical experts from the statutory authority was quite a different aspect for me.
Did your ecological impact assessment come to be reviewed by the Institute itself?
It did. In February 2018, 3 members of our ecology, Dr. Kate Massey, Mr. Donald Shields and myself, received a formal complaint sent to our professional body, CIM, from an objector to the project of multiple alleged breaches of professional misconduct in relation to our work carried out at Coul Links. The complaint was based around the not cool objection, the so-called Dargy audit of our work and other materials produced by Not Cool. The complainant's materials consisted of 641 pages of complaint.
Can I interrupt you there, Dr. Cosgrove, when you say it was centred around the Not Cool objection? How was it centred around the Not Cool objection?
The Not Cool had published a series of articles and submitted to Highland Council their objections, and the basis of this, the person the complainant was the Not Cool submission in its entirety.
And was he an objector to this development?
Yes, he was.
And that complaint then became part of a disciplinary procedure, is that correct?
Yes.
And did that result in an appearance before a hearing?
Yes, The complaint covered failure to adhere to CIM best practice guidance and the CIM Code of Professional Conduct. It covered such issues as scoping, survey selection, competency of the staff, desk study, survey methods undertaken, evaluation and assessment, mitigation, and independence and integrity.
And what was the nature of the board in front of whom you appeared?
We, as a fellow of the Chartered Institute, the board has to be composed of my peers, people who are also fellows or above, and it was constituted with 4 people, and that included the former president of the Institute and habitat translocation specialist John Box, whose evidence has been quoted here in relation to habitat translocation.
What was the conclusion of that hearing?
In December 2018, so not very long ago, the Chief Executive Officer of CIM wrote to the 3 of us to say that none of the complaints were upheld and that we were exonerated of any breaches of failure to follow the Code of Professional Conduct raised by the complainant.
Thank you, Dr. Cosgrave. That concludes your evidence, the Chief. Thank you, sirs.
Thank you very much, Ms Wilson. Mr Mackay, yesterday you indicated it would be helpful, I think, to have a short break before you commenced cross-examination. Is that the case? You would find that useful?
I think actually, sir, being able to keep track of the additional information that's come through examination in chief, if I hit a sticky patch, I might request a break at a later point, but I think I'm able to respond. We've only been sitting for just over half an hour, so I'm happy to proceed. Good morning, Dr. Cosgrove.
Good morning.
Now, can I begin, please, with the direct impact on Duneheath? It's correct to say, isn't it, that both in the environmental statement and indeed in your inquiry report, you advised that before mitigation there would be a significant effect on Duneheath?
Yes, absolutely.
And Duneheath is an Annex 1 habitat of national importance, is that right?
Yes, it is.
And although there's a difference in the level of impact when comparing your figures of 4.47 hectares and Professor Angus's figure of 8.5 hectares.
Sorry, Mr Mackay, beg your pardon. Can you just slow down a little just so as I can take a note of this? Can you rewind a bit just to significant effect on mitigation before Duneheath habitat, and then you would go on to talk about the status of that habitat?
Indeed, sir. It's a matter of agreement, isn't it, Dr. Cosgrove, that Duneheath is an Annex 1 habitat of national importance?
Yes.
And that means, doesn't it, that whether one uses your figure of 4.47 hectares or Professor Angus's figure of 8.5 hectares, before mitigation there is a significant effect on that habitat?
Yes. The difference in the figures is in relation to assumptions that agroecology presented in the ES and that Professor Angus has used in his calculations. But both of them would be significant, in my opinion. Obliged.
Now, the differences in assumptions are dealt with at paragraph 3, 5, 16 of your inquiry report. Can you turn to that, please? 3, 5, 16. Page 26.
Yes.
So at 3.5.13, just to preface this, 3.5.13 at the bottom of page 25, you say the calculation of the land take metric...
Sorry, I missed that. There was a chair move. Do you say 3.5.13?
Yes, just to preface this, if you look back to page 25,
yes.
At the foot of the page, 3.5.13, you explain that the calculation of the land take metrics was based on professional advice and experience from STRI and Chris Paspel, who provided Alba Ecology with the physical characteristics of the proposed development.
Yes.
And Professor Stewart explained... Professor Angus explained in his evidence that upon request additional technical data was provided to SNH, and that allowed Professor Angus to carry out similar calculations. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And at 3.5.16, above the 2 bullet points, 3 lines above, there's a sentence beginning, how it appears that there are 2 main differences. Do you see that?
No, let me find that. So above 3.16...
At 3.5.16, there are 2 bullet points.
Yes.
And 3 lines above the bullet points, there's a sentence beginning, however it appears.
Yes, that's correct.
So you explain that it appears there are 2 main differences between the methods used by SNH and Alba Ecology in land take calculations and the resultant metrics produced. These are firstly whether the management regime for cutting the managed struff, estimated to take place once every 1 to 3 years, constitutes land take, complete habitat loss, or likely mimics the effects of natural grazing of the rough habitat, brackets, habitat modification, close brackets.
Yes.
Now, pausing there, if we remember the content of the environmental statement, that explains that there are 2 cuts of the longer rough, the first cut being the longer cut, which is taken down to 100 millimetres. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then there's the managed natural rough, which is the rough that's cut once every 1 to 3 years.
Yes.
And do you recall that Professor Angus explained in his evidence that when he got the data, he took account of the longer cut rough that was taken down to 100 millimetres and recalculated the calculations, reducing the amount of direct impact on dune grassland, but maintaining, following debate internally, the direct impact figure for dune heath. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do recall that.
So that means that the difference in level of impact is not to do with the assumptions made in relation to managed natural rough, because Professor Angus explained to the inquiry that his calculations did not take account of that area. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, no.
Well, that was the substance of Professor Angus's evidence. If that is the position, does that mean that the first reason no longer holds good?
Just before the witness answers that question, I'm not objecting, sir, but want to put on record that it will be my submission that Professor Angus's evidence was somewhat confused as to what resulted in the reduction in figure. I'm not taking objection, but it's a matter of submission in due course as to what to take from it. But I'm happy for the questions to proceed as long as it's understood that on behalf of the applicants, I don't necessarily agree that that's what to take from the evidence.
Well, I can respond to that submission in due course or now, but shortly put, Professor Angus explained that he found the initial explanation confusing, but once he got the relevant data, that was the methodology that he employed. Now, do you remember, Professor Angus, giving that explanation that the rough which he took into account for the purposes of his direct impact figures was the rough that was taken down to 100 millimetres? In other words, the longer cut rough, not the managed natural rough. Do you remember him giving that explanation?
I don't remember him giving it that clearly. I, like Miss Wilson, thought it was slightly confused. I remember him saying that it doesn't really matter what amount there was, it was really about the effect, and I happen to agree that whichever figure that we use, they are both likely to be significant, and so we can spend a long time on figures, but we both agree on where the direction's going of that impact.
Fine. Well, that saves me cross-examining on the second bullet point. So because you accept that Professor Angus's methodology is perfectly valid methodology, it actually leads to a different figure than yours, but it's a perfectly valid approach.
I'm absolutely fine, except that there is a table called Table B19 in the Well, basically, table B18 in the ES lists all of the land take, and B19 lists a summary of the key main dune habitats, but it doesn't include matrices. So the 7.99 figure, which I have seen used by a number of people, has ignored the fact that below that table we say the table above should also have matrices included. So our actual metrics, when you add the matrices, the mixed habitat areas in, is we get a much larger figure. Well, not much larger figure, we get 10.73 as our 10.73 hectares of the land take of the valued dune habitats when you take account of matrices. So out is much closer to Professor Angus's figure.
I see, okay. And for that reason, then, you don't take issue with the second aspect?
No, it's just the table was what I would call pure habitats, the key habitats themselves, and it says underneath you need to add the matrices, and people seem to have taken or just misunderstood that and quoted that, and so there are a number of ways you can describe habitats in terms of proportions of areas and things, and I don't take issue with the way that Professor Angus looked at SNH's data. All right, so if we can just come back to the point I'm trying to take from you then, that means then, doesn't it, that if the managed rough was not taken into account by Professor Angus, as he explained it wasn't, that means that the sole reason for the difference in direct impact is the second factor that's referred to, which is the one you don't take issue with? I don't know, but I'm happy to concede that point.
Now, can we just explore why it is that you have assessed a pre-mitigation significant effect? Can we look at the table B19 that you referred to, that CD 1.7 at page 208?
Yes, I have that in front of me.
Sorry, Mr. Mackay, whereabouts in CD 1.7?
Page 208, sir. Do you have that, sir?
Just one moment.
Now, do you have that, Dr. Cosgrove?
Just 1 second. Sorry. B19, yes.
Table B19. Now, the text beneath Table B19 explains how you arrived at the pre-mitigation significant effect. It says likely significant effects through land take are predicted for the dune heath habitat. The magnitude of change predicted for dune heath was considered moderate within the study area. Dune heath within the study area is considered nationally important as it's listed within the SSI citation. Therefore, the likely effect of land take is considered significant, even though the land take area at a regional scale is considered minor. All other predicted effects on habitats are assessed as either likely to be negligible or minor, and so not significant. Now, the explanation as to the moderate magnitude of change is summarised in the table above, in the second column. Is that correct?
Yes.
It says, under that heading, it says proportional study area loss and magnitude. For the entry for dune heath, which is the first entry, middle column, a total of 4.47 hectares of dune heath is predicted to be lost from the proposed development out of the 28.8 hectare study area resource, equals 15.5%. And then magnitude of change equals moderate. And that reflects the methodology that set out earlier that a percentage impact of that nature would amount to a moderate effect. Is that correct?
That's right. The approach, the guidance is that whilst you do look at absolutely metrics, and it's important to include metrics, you include a number of other factors in your determination. It's not just computer says moderate, computer says low type approach. So, yes.
And the figure of 15.5% is a reflection of 4.7 as a 4.47 as a percentage of 28.8 hectares. Will you take it from me that if you do the same calculation for Professor Angus's figure of 8.5 hectares, we come out at 29.5%?
Yes,
Yeah.
I'll take that.
And that still, according to the methodology, is a moderate impact. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. I'd have to go back to the table where we articulate the metrics, but that's further back.
But it does mean that the range, depending on what approach you take to the matrices, is somewhere between 15.5% and 29.5% of the study area.
Yes, and in that context, we considered, or I considered, that that would be a likely significant effect.
Yes, Blanche, thank you. Sir, would you like me to take that again a bit slower, just to...
No, I think we've got it. I mean, I've just we earlier on we heard, I think, that there was some discussion there about Professor Angus and the two types of rough and which was included in the calculations. And I thought I'd heard earlier on, and Dr. Cosgrove might be able to put me right, but I thought I'd heard earlier on that there was no map which showed, or the map, certainly the maps that we have don't show where that boundary lies between those two types of rough, so I wasn't clear how one could have that calculation. That might be data that Professor Angus has got, and it might be data in one of the documents that I haven't picked up or looked at.
It might be something that could be explored with Dr. McMullen. He has, in his evaluation of our work and also his own work, he's mapped out the likely areas of effect, and he's looked at this in more detail. He's also a botanist, and is probably better able to discuss the botanical elements of the different habitat categories.
Okay, no, I mean that's fine. It might be something that we come back and ask for clarification when we are doing our questioning, but I'm happy just to carry on.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Can we look then next, please, at the proposals within the ES to seek to reduce that pre-mitigation likely significant effect?
Yes.
That's dealt with at section 5.7.1. And if you go, please, to page 218 at 5.7.1.2.
It's summarised. I would also say that the full detail of proposed mitigation measures are outlined in the Biodiversity Net Gain report as well.
Yeah, that document is also relevant. But if we look at the ES, please, I'll just have some questions in relation to that.
I'm sorry, what page number?
It's page 218. And you explain at 5.7.1.2 that it's predicted that without mitigation, Dune Heath will experience slightly significant effects from the proposed development. Land take calculations predict that 4.47 hectares, 15.5% of the Dune Heath will be lost. And it's proposed that the Dune Heath loss is mitigated for through various those four mechanisms. Now, there's then discussion here, and in the next page there's a cross-reference to the supporting document, which is the Dune Heath translocation plan. And in the next section, it's 5.7.1.3, there's a heading conifer plantation habitat restoration. Is that right?
Yes.
So the issues, if you look at the bullet points at the beginning of 5.7.1.2, there's management of the current areas of Dune Heath, natural expansion, restoration, and translocation and artificial expansion. So
yes.
Items 3 and 4 are effectively interlinked because the translocation of Dune Heath will be to the fell plantation area, which is proposed to restore. Is that correct?
I think that's certainly where the majority is set to go, yes.
Yeah. And is it fair to say that the most significant and influential the most influential aspect of the proposed mitigation, as is described here, is that translocation effort?
Yes, it is fair to say that.
And therefore, the success in reducing from a pre-mitigation likely significant effect to a residual effect is predominantly influenced by the success or otherwise of that restoration effort, of that translocation effort.
Predominantly, but not exclusively.
Say again, sorry?
Predominantly, but not exclusively.
Fine, thank you. And in relation to the other two, we'll come to translocation in a moment, but in relation to the other two issues, it's appreciated, of course, that there's an intention, if the development is permitted, to provide a management plan which will include management of the current areas of Dune Heath, and that's understood.
Absolutely. If I can just make a point on that.
Well, can I ask you a question first, please?
Certainly. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay. So in relation to that aspect, Dr. Cosgrove, leaving aside the rights and wrongs of who's at fault for the current status of the site, would you agree that the management factors set out in the management plan and referring to the biodiversity net gain report are measures that could and indeed should be carried out in any event?
Absolutely. I completely agree.
And insofar as natural expansion is concerned, the second bullet point, it's fair to acknowledge, isn't it, that the Dune Heath has, over the last decade, been expanding naturally in any event. Indeed, that's a point that you rely upon later in this part of the chapter. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say we just rely upon it. We discovered it. We carried out the work that demonstrated that and published it in the ES. So, yes.
Sorry, you're taking credit for it having been discovered, but the point is you rely on that natural expansion.
That natural expansion, as far as we could tell, hadn't been written anywhere, and we identified that through aerial photography, and that then became part of the narrative, if you like, that the receptor here was not fixed at a moment in time or in a particularly poor state in terms of its area, and that it had been expanding gradually over time, and that so it was moving in a direction of expansion.
Yes. But would you take the point, though, that insofar as anticipating the future baseline is concerned, because that natural expansion is happening naturally anyway, it can't be claimed that that's a mitigation measure which helps to reduce the impact? It's something you can encourage, certainly, but you can't claim it as a mitigation measure.
Yes, but the idea of mitigation is not to kind of cause problems for something that's declining. And if we're looking at mitigation measures, you have to take into account the status or the state that the receptor's currently in. And so I felt that it was reasonable, given the evidence that Dune Heath was expanding across the site, that be part of the consideration of how much and how sensitive the habitat was in terms of what was there. It was increasing at the time. Well, I'm not personally claiming that we are doing. We created that. That's happened naturally.
Right. Now, this may just be a typographical error, but the word transplantation occurs in the last full paragraph on page 218. It occurs twice, or perhaps 3 times. It says transplantation and artificial expansion of Dune Heath into new areas will minimise the impacts of the proposed development on Dune Heath. There is extensive best practice guidance available to inform proposed heath expansion and transplantation. And again, the word transplantation occurs in the next paragraph. I take you to accept that the transplantation of individual plant species is something that's quite different from Dune Heath translocation.
I do. It would have been better to have used the word translocation there, given that the methods that have been proposed by Mr. Haspel.
And indeed, to be fair, over the page when we were dealing with Castle Stewart, it's indicated that this involved translocated heather. You see that in the last line.
So
That-
which paragraph, sorry?
It's the first full paragraph on page 219.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Last paragraph, yes, I've got that. That starts at the top with Castle Stewart, partly located within the SSI.
Yes.
Yeah, got that.
And that refers more correctly to translocated heather rather than translocated dune heath or indeed transplanted heather.
I think there, I'm reading to the second sentence, I talk about new heathland areas. I don't talk about new dune heath there.
No, I'm just merely indicating that, in fairness to you, the word transplantation in the previous
Right, sorry.
page was incorrect.
Yes.
But you use a more accurate term
Yes.
in this paragraph.
Yes.
Is that right?
That is correct.
And is it fair to say that insofar as the technique and likely success of translocation is concerned, you very much rely on the advice that's been provided by Mr. Haspel and Mr. Taylor?
Yes, it is.
And before we get into the issue of whether or not translocation is properly described as compensation, can I just check with you your understanding of Mr. Taylor's evidence? First of all, he was the lead EIA consultant who was responsible for the environmental statement in this project, is that right?
So Mr. Haspel,
Mr. Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, he was for STRI.
He was what, sorry?
He was for STRI. They were the lead, they were the authors of it, and he was one of the authors.
Yes. Well, he was, but he was primarily responsible for leading the EIA team and producing the environmental statement for this project. Is that right?
That's not exactly correct. Mr. Richard Studdart was the person who coordinated quite a lot of the EIA production.
Right. So his consultancy filled that primary role?
Yes, but I had dealings with both Mr. Studdart and Mr. Taylor.
And if I can just check before we get into the issue of translocation in more detail, what your understanding of Mr. Taylor's evidence is. Firstly, he said that habitat translocation is a form of compensation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what he said.
Secondly, it's a measure of last resort and not an alternative to retention in situ. Is that right?
That is correct.
Thirdly, he accepted that there was no clear scientific evidential basis that translocation of dune heath works in the longer term.
He said, I don't know his exact, I can't remember his exact words, but he said, I think that data hadn't been collected yet.
Yeah, so the answer is yes.
He said that yes, that was the case.
Fourthly, he acknowledged that translocation was an experimental technique which was inherently risky.
He may have done. I don't have his transcript in front of me, but
Well,
I'm willing to accept that if that's what he said.
And lastly, amongst other risks, he accepted that this was a challenging terrain in which to carry out, or
Yes.
attempt to carry out, dune heath translocation. Remember
Yes,
that?
he did.
And is also correct to acknowledge that Mr. Haspel accepted that he had no practical experience of translocation of dune heath habitat.
Indeed, but he said that the principles of translocation of dune heath habitat were similar to the principles of translocating heath habitat, and he tried to emphasise that at a number of points.
Great, okay. So, yes, I'm just checking your professional credentials, and you are a fellow of the Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And the guidelines that are prepared, which you refer to in your examination in chief, those are endorsed by the nature conservation bodies throughout the UK, is that correct?
Which bit. So the best practice guidance that I mentioned, yes, they are. They vary. The logos on the front of both reports are slightly different, so there are different bodies.
And do you accept, on our fair reading of those guidelines, that Mr. Taylor is correct in describing translocation of Duneheath as compensation?
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
Although the terms are changing all the time and the guidance is, I would say, blurred. It depends which guidance you read.
Well, I'm asking you, I think you would agree that what the reporters will have to do, and indeed what you will have to do, is have regard to the most current version as they stand at the present time, and those are the 2018 versions, which are APP 3.4. Is that right?
So you're saying that I have to accord by the...
Yes, you explained that when the EIA was carried out.
Yes.
Insofar as you just mentioned that
yes.
that the guidance has evolved,
yes.
The guidance at the time of the EIA has been superseded and is now found in the 2018 version, which is APP 3.4. And what I'm suggesting to you is that insofar as the reporters are considering this issue now, that's the guidance which is relevant.
I would say it's partly relevant. I would say the document that was submitted by Coul on biodiversity net gain that was literally just out this year is probably moved it on further and is now probably the guidance on compensation, mitigation and so.
Dr. Cosgrove, you're a fellow of the IEEMA.
Yes. You
accept that the guidance, which is treated effectively as a good practice Bible by the industry,
yes,
is one which includes a very useful, informative discussion as to what amounts to mitigation on the one hand and what amounts to compensation on the other.
Yes.
Yeah. And having regard to that discussion, do you accept that Heath translocation, as proposed, would be a form of compensation and not mitigation?
No.
Now, you do that, I think, because you say that it's part of a mitigation hierarchy.
Correct.
Can we agree that whether or not compensation is part of a wider hierarchy, the crucial question for the reporters at the moment is determining whether compensation should be taken into account in the assessment of a residual effect? Is that right?
That's correct.
And at that stage, Dr. Cosgrove, do you accept that compensation measures are not properly taken into account?
I don't quite follow the logic, because the latest guidance, which I referred to, the submission by Coul, which articulates what I would call a confusion of terms within the profession.
I'm sorry, Dr. Cosgrove. I appreciate you're keen to ask about confusion, but I'm asking you about your professional guidance as a fellow of the IEEMA. And what I'm pointing out to you is that whilst it's correct to acknowledge that compensation forms part of the wider mitigation hierarchy as it is known,
yes,
the crucial point in relation to Duneheath is determining whether or not there's a likely significant effect. That's a residual effect after
yes.
mitigation.
Yes.
And in respect of that issue, can we agree that compensation measures are not relevant at that stage?
I'm not sure I would agree.
Well, Dr. Cosgrove, why not? Compensatory measures are designed to offset impacts and effects. Is that right?
Yes.
And therefore, they're looked at after the point at which you have determined what the likely significant effects are.
Yes.
And in that sense, they're part of the wider mitigation hierarchy, correct?
I consider them to be part of mitigation, yes.
The wider mitigation hierarchy you consider them to be
yes.
part of. And I'm coming back to the crucial point, which is that the earlier stage in the hierarchy, when one determines what the likely significant effects are, at that stage, compensation measures are not taken into account because they are to offset the effects that are identified. Do you agree?
Yes.
And that means, Dr. Cosgrove, that the reporters ought to have flagged for the Minister's attention that before the proposed compensation of translocation, there's a likely significant effect on Duneheath. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Mackay, before you go on, can I just ask, Dr. Cosgrove, you referred to, you said, a document produced by not Coul.
Yes.
When you, which one is that? Just so I'm...
That's NC-156. It's the new guidance on biodiversity net gain, and it basically covers, it deals with the issue of the confusion of the terms, and it defines the mitigation hierarchy finally by removing the word mitigation from the hierarchy, and it inserts the word, because previously the mitigation hierarchy was avoid first, mitigate second, compensate third, and that was widely accepted definition. Avoid, mitigate, compensate. And this new guidance identifies the fact that that's quite confusing, and it's now changed the word mitigate in the middle to minimise, and it's still called the mitigation hierarchy, and it now reads avoid, minimise, compensate.
I think you gave a page number. If you did,
Sorry. I think...
So I think it would be useful to just look at it.
I didn't note it down. I was it came late, but I wrote it down when I was reading it. Yeah.
I think if you could have that document in front of you.
I don't have it here.
NC 156.
This, I think this might have been a document that we've referred to. I can't remember whether we've referred to this earlier on in the evidence. And if it's not part of, I don't want to be through it. And it wasn't why I'd mentioned that. I only asked the question because I'm not sure what document we're talking about.
Okay, that's fine.
But so I think all we need to do, if you can just point us to that part of the document which you were referring to there, then that's all I was wanting to know. It's
a long document. It's over 150 pages long, and I was reading it late at night. So,
I mean, perhaps Ms. Wilson can take you back there in re-examination. Then the only reason I mentioned it is just so I made sure I knew which document when you said a document.
Yes, I mean
that was one.
Yeah. Okay.
So, are you happy for me to continue?
Yes. So it might be around page 83 if you do come back to it. But for now, Mr. Mackay, I'm happy if you want to continue. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed that page number, sir.
83 or thereabouts.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what to take from that at all, because it's not very clear what part of the document we're looking at. But in any event, just to be clear then, Dr. Cosgrove, as to what the position could be, hypothetically, given your answers a moment ago, hypothetically, if it were the case that compensation, June Heath translocation in a triple SI was to be treated as a mitigation to be taken into account before the determination of likely significant effects, i.e. the residual effects.
Yes.
On that hypothesis, which I understand is not your position now before the inquiry, but on that hypothesis, can we look also at the CIEEMA guidance at 5.35, which is page 36?
this the 2016 or the...
This is the current guidance,
I need that.
2018 guidance at APP 3.04. It's the same document as we had a moment ago. Or at least you had a moment ago. It's APP 3.04.
Yeah, I just had the 2016 open, not the 18. So.
Sorry, Mr. Mackay, which page was...
It's page 36, top of page 36, paragraph 5.35.
Okay, thank you. And I'm struggling from time just to keep up with your train of thought and to take notes. If you can just take account of that, please. Thank
Of course,
you.
sir, yes.
Yes.
Right. Now, if we just read that together then so we know what we're dealing with. First of all, 535, it relates to the precautionary principle. The evaluation of significant effect should always be based on the best available scientific evidence. If scientific information is not available, further survey or additional research may be required. In cases of reasonable doubt, where it is not possible to robustly justify a conclusion of no significant effect, a significant effect should be assumed. Where uncertainty exists, it must be acknowledged in the ecological impact assessment. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, we know from the evidence of Mr. Taylor that he freely accepts that this is a risky procedure.
I think he said uncertain, but...
Right. There are inherent risks in the procedure. That there is no scientific evidence which confirms the likelihood of success of translocation of dune heath habitat. And on any basis, therefore, Dr. Cosgrove, would you agree that we're in a situation of reasonable doubt in relation to an Annex 1 habitat?
As the case that you've made it, yes.
And therefore, on that basis, even if it were correct to treat compensation as something that could be taken into account in order to identify the likely residual significant effect,
Yep.
a precautionary approach would have to be taken in these circumstances.
It could certainly be argued, yes.
Well, I'm asking for your thoughts, Dr. Cosgrove. Do you agree that a precautionary approach is entirely appropriate when we're dealing with an Annex 1 habitat, including priority subspecies, in a situation where the technique is essentially still experimental without the necessary scientific evidence base, and the professional guidelines illustrate and guide you to take a precautionary approach in such circumstances? Is that right?
Yes.
And that means, Dr. Cosgrove, would you agree that even if, on this hypothesis, it is relevant to take into account the proposed dune heath translocation at this stage in the process, a significant effect will need to be assumed? And if the reporters are persuaded that's the correct approach to take, they will still need to identify, for the benefit of ministers, that there would be a significant effect on dune heath habitat?
Yes.
Don't, well, you've answered it, that's fine, but just for my notes more than anything else, I wonder if my learned friend could repeat that proposition slowly.
Well, I won't ask the question again, but because the question has been answered, but the proposition was that if, on this hypothesis, that it is correct to treat dune heath translocation as compensation that can be taken into account before the identification of likely significant effects, a precautionary approach taken in these circumstances means that a significant effect would still be arrived at, and that ministers would require to be advised accordingly, was the thrust of the question. I'd like to move on to another issue. It might be appropriate to take a short break at this point.
Okay, so that's fine. If we have a 10-minute break, I need to start at 10:55 again. Thank you. Mr. Mackay, back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Cosgrove, I think I'm right in saying that the issue of fragmentation is one that should be taken up with Dr. McMullen. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Can we move then to the issue of alternatives? And for obvious reasons, we've been focusing on dune heath habitat so far. But would you recognise, taking a wider view of the site, that what we have here is an exceptionally complex and rich mosaic of habitat types?
Yes, but not necessarily in good state.
All right. Can we look, please, at the environmental statement again, which is CD 1.7 at page 180?
So just while everybody's getting that document out, I wonder if I could ask my other friend to deliver his questions more slowly, because Dr. Cosgrove is taking on board the requests by you to give simple answers that they can be given, so it becomes more important to have a proper note of the question.
It's also helpful for us in taking notes and indeed understanding. Thank you.
So CD 1.7.
This is the ecology chapter in
At page 180.
It starts at the top with a table with IDA listed on it. Is that correct?
It starts with table B.4, the phase 1 habitats within the study area.
That's page 181, not 180.
181. So if we look over to page 183, where the results of the NVC survey are reported upon, do you have
Yes.
that? It says full data of the plant communities present as identified during the NVC survey are provided in Technical Appendix B.1. There was a total of 78 NVC communities and sub-communities, plus many matrices found and described, making in the study area a complex mix in this relatively small study area. So two things from that. It's a relatively small study area, first of all,
Yes.
and within that area there's a complex mix.
Yes.
And 5.3.4, a number of groundwater dependent issues are identified. Looking over to 5.3.5, dealing with lichens. The DISC study found a total of 84 bryophytes or mosses, 124 lichens, and 47 fungi recorded species within the Coul study area.
Yes.
And there's more detail provided there. And if we see how that's all mapped, please, that's CD 1.40. CD 1.40.
That's the NVC survey map of the study area.
Indeed.
Yes.
So the legend then has various NVC subtypes, and that's all mapped, as we can see in the map across from us. Now, very general point, that rich complexity, the mosaic, that's all very evident, isn't it, if we look at the land to the east of the old railway line?
Very much so.
To the west, the agricultural fields, that is the vertical dark line. If we look at the legend, it's about the 8th box down in the legend.
Improved grassland.
That relates to improved grassland, which is what we would expect for agricultural fields, obviously.
That's correct.
Now, first question is why it was that the agricultural fields were included within the study area, given that what you've described in your evidence, in your examination in chief, that the bulk of the development is to the east of the old railway line. Why was it included at all?
The study area included all the areas of landholding held by the applicant where golf course infrastructure, hard buildings and soft, if you like, golf course could be included. And in my discussions with the applicant and the golf course architect, I strongly advised them to move their hard buildings and car parks, that kind of thing, west out of the designated site. In doing that, I have to consider where I'm recommending they be put. And the only way to do that is to survey that area. So this provides the information for that component of the study area, so that when we move forward with recommending where things go and work out land take, we can say that the hard buildings and things are predominantly on improved agricultural land, and actually produce metrics to provide evidence for that.
All right. So insofar as the impact and loss of habitat is concerned, we can agree, can't we, that the footprint of the buildings is somewhat trivial compared to the much larger footprint of the golf course, i.e. the fairways, tees and greens?
I think proportionately 35% of the development is outside of the triple SI and 65% is in Coul links, or the triple S is in Coul links.
Sorry, that's
65 and
perhaps,
35. So
perhaps an answer to a different question.
Right, I thought you said a lot. Can we agree that there's a lot? And I was saying,
I'm asking you to confirm that in terms of the impact on habitats and the mosaic that we see in front of us within the study area,
yes,
the footprint of the buildings is relatively trivial as against the footprint of the golf course.
Yes.
So what the reporters may be wondering is why it is that you were able to give and felt it necessary to give strong advice to your client that the buildings should be located out with the triple SI on the agricultural land, but the golf course shouldn't.
I did give strong advice that the golf course should avoid.
You did?
I did give good advice when I was walking with the golf course architect.
So that would have meant shifting a number of holes, if not all of the holes, away from what you regard as being the most sensitive habitats. Is that right?
Yes.
And what hierarchy did you apply when you were advising on what the most sensitive habitats were?
The most sensitive habitats I considered to be those in relation to the Natura 2000 interests.
Absolutely. That's the top of the hierarchy.
It is.
Immediately after that, what's the next highest?
I would put down there Triple SI and Ramsar.
Yes, absolutely, again. And within that, where does Dune Heath sit, for example, an Annex 1 habitat?
Dune Heath was being considered within the context of the Triple SI.
All right. So immediately after the first highest tier of your hierarchy, the Dune Heath interests were recognised as being
No, they weren't the top of that interest, or rather that hierarchy. I had to identify where I considered to be the most significant areas, which I did, and the golf course architect wanted to put a golf course on Coul links and said, where of these other areas, where are you going to let me put them? And I think I said yesterday, it's not for me to let you, it's for me to advise you. The area is highly sensitive, and there are concerns across all of the habitats within the Triple SI.
Yeah, fair advice. Now, insofar as the discussion between you and Bill Coul, who is the golf course architect, was the client involved in those discussions?
Not at the time, because Bill liked to walk alone, and Bill liked to talk to me about the considerations that he was looking at. I did actually go out on site with Bill Coul and the applicant on one occasion, but Bill was firming up his ideas about where he wanted to go in light of the advice I was giving him.
All right. And that advice included, at the top of the hierarchy, SPA-related issues, then the SSSI, including the Dune Heath, to be avoided. Is it fair to say that Bill Coul either ignored or at least didn't take full account of your advice insofar as Dune Heath is concerned when we look at the footprint of the golf course in the northwest of the site?
I would say that's a fair question. He did take into account my advice. I did highlight that there were parts of the SSSI that were less sensitive, but he still persisted in wanting to put a golf course layout through the Dune Heath.
Yeah.
And I advised him that that was problematical from an ecological impact assessment perspective.
Yeah.
And he said if he didn't go there, he wouldn't have a golf course.
Yeah. And did you advise in that respect that dune grassland, although also an important habitat, was less important than the Dune Heath?
Yes, because SNH had indicated that to us.
Yeah. And you agreed with that?
I think so,
Yeah.
but we're slightly straying into areas of botanical relevance and importance, which I think I made clear yesterday. I'm not a botanist, but I was involved in general conversations about these things. And
Right.
if we're going into botanical elements, I would suggest referring questions to...
Well, Dr. Cosgrove, you are also the author of
I am.
the chapter which states, does it not, that of the habitats that were affected, the nationally important habitats, Dune Heath and Dune Slacks, and I think open dunes were of greater importance than grassland. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Yes. And is it also correct to acknowledge that the impact on Dune Heath is greater than it is on dune grassland?
Yes.
And one of the reasons you indicated in your examination in chief that the holes are routed through the Dune Heath is, as Bill Cook put it to you, that golfers like heather.
Yes.
And is it your understanding that in addition to that, there was a desire on the part of the architect to provide higher ground, which would improve views, and that meant also being within the Dune Heath?
Certainly, some of Bill's comments were not just about the habitat, but about the vista, the approach, and the landscape views, and that sense of wow and a sense of arrival. I'm an ecologist. I don't quite know what they are in golf terms, but he talked about those.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think you also indicated in your examination, Chief, one of the main reasons, if not the main reasons for Bill Coul not accepting your advice to look at more closely at agricultural land to the west was that this impacted on this sense of arrival.
Yes, but he did actually take into account that in some respects. There are a number of golf holes and parts of holes out with the SSSI on the fields, or out with the designated site, sorry, to be more accurate.
Thank you. You might recall there was correspondence between SNH and the developer when SNH specifically asked for this potential to be looked at in greater detail. Were you asked for your views or advice before the developer responded to SNH saying that that just wasn't possible?
Honestly, I don't recall. I've been involved with this project a long time, so I don't recall whether I was asked or not on that. But I knew that the architect's view was that the course had to go within Coul Links and it couldn't be transferred across. And
likewise, you also knew that SNH's position was that this was a highly sensitive site, and therefore, presumably, you brought the project risk to the attention of Bill Coul, if not the client.
Absolutely. I brought the project risk, as you describe it, to the attention of Bill Coul and to the applicant on a number of occasions, face-to-face in written correspondence.
Yeah, and by the applicant, do you mean Todd Warnock, or do you mean
Yes.
Todd Warnock and Mike Kaiser?
I generally didn't write to Mike Kaiser. I wrote to Todd. I did meet Mike Kaiser, and I spoke to him on the phone, and I identified the fact that there were a lot of sensitivities, and that SNH's sensitivities that they had raised, as far as I was concerned, were legitimate sensitivities that needed to be addressed as best they could.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Cosgrove. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mackay. I'm not sure if I know whether the coalition or not Coul will be cross-examining first. Is that something you've discussed? I know you were going to do this on a case-by-case basis.
I was anticipating being next, but I'm open to a discussion with Mr. Campbell. No, Mr. Campbell, I think, is happy that I'm next.
Okay, well, whenever you're ready then, Mr. Collar, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Dr. Cosgrove.
Good morning.
If I can start just briefly by taking you to part of Professor Pye's evidence earlier in the inquiry, if you can have in front of you his precognition.
Thank you.
And if we can go right to the end, is Section 6, his conclusion, and indeed the very final sentence. He tells us there, my opinion remains that the future erosion risks can be managed by monitoring and adaptive management, and there is a greater than 50% chance that no significant changes to the golf course layout would be required by 2050.
Yes.
If there's a greater than 50% chance that no significant changes would be required, the flip side of that is that there is an up to 50% chance of changes being required. And can you just confirm, as far as your assessment, you've not addressed any of those potential changes?
We have not addressed any of those potential changes.
And again, just so that we're clear, there's various changes and clarifications that have been mentioned by the applicant's witnesses through this inquiry, and just wanted to check the extent to which you've addressed those.
Just don't answer that question. I don't, even from what has been delivered to date, it's an unfair approach that's been taken by my learned friend. He can't just ask a global question about various changes mentioned. He needs to be specific.
Well, actually, sir, that was exactly what I was going on to do, because I could understand the witness was going to struggle. So if we take those, there was reference to gorse cutting, and my notes were that it's clarified that that's now taking place in winter. So is that something that is taken into account in your assessment?
Yes. Largely all the activities that, for example, could impact on breeding birds would have to take place out with the breeding season, or they would break the law. if they were going to damage significantly birds. I should probably just clarify, you could also do it in the autumn time as well, but I mean, it's out with the breeding season.
And then we heard that the temporary construction compound has been moved. Is that taken into account in your assessment?
Not when we carried out the assessment, no. But I would suggest that it has a relatively minimal impact insofar as it's moving on to hard standing. And the issues around hard standing have been identified through the production of species protection plans for the relevant species in that area. We've identified that they would be required.
But to be clear, you've not specifically addressed the potential disturbance to birds from that relocation.
Yes, I have, in the sense that a species protection plan will be required for a particular Schedule 1 breeding bird in that area during construction.
Well, can you take the reporters to where in your evidence you deal with that?
We identify that during construction a breeding birds protection plan, I think, is going to be required.
It's possible I'm misunderstanding the point you're making. Is the point you're making that is something that will be addressed? Because the question I was asking you was, have you addressed it yet? So I think we're maybe misunderstanding each other.
Okay, so the consideration of breeding birds around the area of hard standing and the buildings will, in the ES, be addressed through a species protection plan, a breeding birds protection plan. So it's, and it hasn't been written yet because, of course, we don't know what birds are breeding there. If the development gets acceptance and goes forward, we don't know when construction would start. And it may be that the works will be carried out up with the breeding season, and it may be that the birds that are in that area that we're referring to cagely, because they're Schedule 1 birds, will not be there anymore.
And then the last of the changes I was going to mention, we heard that all the haul routes were going to be retained. Again, is that something that you've assessed in your evidence?
No.
Thank you for those clarifications. If I can turn now to your inquiry report, and we don't need Professor Pye's recognition anymore. Your inquiry report, which is APP21, and if we can start at paragraph 2-4.
Do you have a page number?
It's page 6.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
And in that paragraph, you refer to the various best practice guidance, and I just want to pick up some specific aspects of that. If we can go to the APP24 document, which is the CIEEM 2016 guidelines. And if we can look there at paragraph 2.6.
Yes, page 6, scoping.
Yes, and if we can look in particular at box 4, where it refers to the benefits of scoping.
Yes.
And in particular, we see there in the first bullet point, it refers to earlier stakeholder engagement and input. If we can hold that thought and then look at I think, Dr. Cosgrove, I'll return to that, sorry. If we can move within those guidelines to para 4.4.
Do you have a page on that number, please?
If you give me a moment. It's on the top of page 17.
Page 17.
Yeah, the top of page 17, it's paragraph 4.4.
Yes.
And it says ecologists may identify ecological features that are not included in lists of important sites or features, but considered important on the basis of expert judgment. So we see there that the guidelines are saying it's up to you to use your expert judgment, which means not necessarily accepting what SNH or other consultees tell you.
I see what you're reading there, but you've also missed out some important guidance prior to that. For instance, 2.6, which states where an ECIA is carried out as part of an EIA, competent authorities are required to provide a scoping opinion if requested by a developer. A scoping opinion summarises the specific advice of the competent authority concerning the required coverage and content. And I would emphasise the word required there. These guidelines are produced for sort of two sorts of development proposals, and so they encompass both. They're generic for EIA-related projects and non-EIA-related projects. In EIA-related projects, where a scoping opinion is sought, great weight is usually given to the comments and things from the statutory authorities, but greater weight is given to the advice of the ecologist out with those projects that are non-EIA, because there's often a lack of information and the competent authority does not provide further advice.
Well, I understand all of that, but that doesn't exclude you or absolve you from any responsibility of applying your expert judgment at the same time.
No, it doesn't at all.
And if we can turn then to the document APP 2.6, which is an SNH letter to Golder Associates.
Do you still want me to keep this, the guidance open, or so, the
I
CAM?
don't think we need it, but maybe if you keep it somewhere close by, just in case.
Yes, it's
Thank
getting
you.
full. This is the scoping opinion, scope of ecological studies, 30th of June 2016.
Correct, we're looking at the same thing.
Yeah.
And
Sorry, can I just be clear that this is the letter from SNH to Golder Associates, 30th of June 2016?
Yes.
That's a scoping response by SNH, but it's not a formal scoping opinion by the planning authorities. I don't think I'm right in saying. Is that lodged somewhere else?
Sorry, I'm just saying, so I wasn't commenting, I just read it as the scope of ecological surveys. Sorry.
So the reason I asked the question is that it may relate to the legal issue as to which regulations are properly to be applied. There are transitional provisions under the 2017 regulations that relate to the date upon which the application was made, and that can be rewound further if there was a formal scoping opinion request made of the relevant planning authority by a certain date, and that's why I asked the question.
I mean, my understanding is the 2011 regulations that this is proceeding under, and that there's no debate about that. Isn't that correct?
I didn't pursue this because it's a matter of law at the end of the day, but I think I'm right in saying that the application came after the implementation date of the 2017 regulations, but I say as a consequence of the transitional and saving regulations, they can be backdated to the 2011 regulations, but that in part requires a request for a scoping opinion, i.e. of the decision maker and the planning authority, having been made by a certain date, and that's the issue I'm not quite sure about.
Sorry, just carry on, Mr. Coul.
thank you, sir. Dr. Cosgrove, I just wanted to pick up one point within this. It's in the Section 1 Vegetation and Habitat Surveys, and there's some opening text, some web links, a paragraph starting Coul Link supports a large population of rock rose plants. It's the next paragraph, the final paragraph in that section, I just wanted to raise with you. It says, Coul Links was the Scottish Wildlife Trust SWT Nature Reserve for 25 years up until 2010. We recommend that you contact SWT for any notable background information on species or habitats. Can you confirm whether SWT were contacted?
I can confirm that I didn't contact SWT, but this letter was written to Mr. Bill Showden of Golder Associates, so I can't say what he did. But I don't know if the applicant, Mr. Warnock, I think Mr. Warnock has spoken with Mr. Jonathan Hughes, but not in relation to this. I don't know. I can't speak for the other two people, but this wasn't my letter, so I don't know.
And continuing with the theme of who was spoken to, if we can turn now to the environmental statement at page 187. And on page 187, it's the second section, 538, dealing with invertebrates.
Yes.
And it refers to the desk study. It says this included records from local recording groups and historic surveys. In consultation with SNH and local experts, 4 species were noted as being particular concern, and it goes on to refer to those. Who were the local experts?
Let me just have a look. The people I spoke to about invertebrates, additional records, were the SNH staff and Dr. Tom Prescott of Butterfly Conservation Scotland.
So at the risk of being pedantic, where it says local experts, plural, it should actually be singular, because there was only one expert who wasn't part of SNH.
No, we spoke to the experts who worked on Fonseca seedfly as well, Mr. David Gibbs. So we spoke to other people, but I don't know the exact number. But it was plural. If it would help, I have a date for the correspondence with Dr. Tom Prescott and our correspondence, because I see that there was a suggestion in one of the documents that we hadn't contacted people, and I got email correspondence that we have on the species of importance.
Well, I'm sure the reporters don't want any more documents if they're not completely necessary.
Anyway, I can provide it if it's required. I have it with copy with me.
Staying with page 187, but also looking at the SNH letter that we were just looking at to Golder Associates. So that's the APP-26.
Yes. It's the one to Mr. Sheridan.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the environmental statement, page 187, that section 538, the reference I took you to in consultation with SNH and local experts, 4 species were noted as being particular concern. If we look at the SNH scoping letter, the APP-26, it only mentions...
APP-26, is that still the one that we're referring to Mr. Sheridan, or is that a different reference?
That's the Sheridan letter, yes. If we look within that letter at the references to those species, on the first page, just before the reference to SWT that we looked at, so it's the paragraph, Coul supports a large population of rock rose plants. The final sentence there refers to a coastal population of northern brown Argus butterfly. So that's one of the species mentioned on the ES page 187.
Yes.
And if we then go back to the SNH letter to Golder and go to the second page of the final page, there's a section 4 dealing with Fonseca's seedfly.
Yes.
And again, that's a species mentioned on page 187 of the ES. But the SNH letter doesn't mention the 2 other species mentioned in the environmental statement, page 187, does it?
Not that letter. We had quite a bit of correspondence, so I think these were highlighted as additional issues of concern, but not sufficient that would be a likely significant effect and that they would need surveying.
Well, the reason why I was asking the question was we weren't able to find any reference to the 2 other species in any of the correspondence from SNH. Can you point the reporters to a particular inquiry document where SNH mentioned the 2 other species?
You mean small blue and the rare micromoth, or which? Sorry. Or,
Yes.
they were identified in the desk study, and off the top of my head, I can't remember what the reference is to those and how they got from there to here, but they did pick up the fact that these were species that we needed to think about in terms of the management for what was going to be going on the site and the location of the golf course.
And to be clear, when you're talking about the desk study there, that's your desk study?
That's our desk study,
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, what I'm driving at here is it seems to be a key theme of your evidence that you have studied what SNH told you to study. So would you agree that it's significant that the only SNH reference that we've come across so far only mentions 2 of the 4, so another 2 have appeared from somewhere, as it were?
Yes, I just picked up that.
Don't answer that question. Dr. Cosgrove will come back to it. That's not a fair representation of Dr. Cosgrove's evidence that he has studied what SNH told him to study. His evidence has been that they consulted with SNH and they placed particular reliance upon the advice from SNH, but it's not his evidence that they only studied exclusively those matters addressed, and indeed the references made by Mr. Coul demonstrate that.
Although it's not a document here, the letter from Dr. Tom Prescott from Butterfly Conservation highlights.
Well, sirs, I'm not happy with a letter being read out which isn't an inquiry document, and my specific question referred to SNH, and I don't believe this letter, although obviously I've not seen it, has anything to do with SNH, so it doesn't directly relate to my question.
I can not read it out, but I can talk generally about it if that's more acceptable.
If the question is where did the consideration in the EIS in the ES of some of these other species arise from, and if talking about that, it doesn't seem to me that you ought not to be able to talk to that letter. It's just, I think I too would be wary of accepting that letter as a document that I think is evidence. But if reference to that correspondence or correspondence like that enables you to answer the question, then please carry on.
Okay. The letter from...
Sir, if it would be of any help, I think all this is doing is reiterating the statement in the ES which refers to consultation with the local experts, which we've already covered, and I'm conscious that we are short on inquiry time, so I'm not sure what the relevance of going any further on the point is when it's not actually directly answering the question I asked, which, as I say, related to indications from SNH.
Well, perhaps Dr. Cosgrove can answer it, and if it seems to me like it's not relevant, then we can stop.
The letter from Dr. Tom Prescott identifies the rarer Lepidoptera at Coul Links, or the special Lepidoptera. He uses the words rare in here, and species that are nationally scarce. And the 2 missing species that you mentioned, where did they come from? They're mentioned by him in his correspondence with me. So I think that's probably where I picked it up.
So on page 187 of the ES that we've been looking at, there's an indication there about the 4 species being noted of particular concern. Do you, within the ES or any other inquiry document, explain the criteria that were used to select those 4 species for further consideration?
Not explicitly, in that these were identified through collation of information and consultation.
We can put the ES to one side for the moment, and if I can ask you to look briefly at Mr. McMullen's inquiry report. Sorry, I should say Dr. McMullen. And it's reference APP 3.1 for anyone who's using the
Yes, I have that in front of me.
And it's a comment he makes at paragraph 2.7 within his inquiry report. And it says there, the involvement of Dr. McMullen in the project dates back to October 2018. Dr. McMullen was commissioned to undertake a review of the work undertaken by Alba Ecology, including but not limited to the environmental statement, in the context of objections by Coul, and to undertake a survey of the notable plant species present at Coul links. Firstly, Dr. Cosgrove, just as a generality, would you agree that it's good practice to bring in a specialist such as Dr. McMullen in appropriate circumstances, but as a specialist issue?
Yes.
And was it you that recommended to the applicant that Dr. McMullen be commissioned to do this review?
No. The discussion, or the applicant was concerned, due to the CIM hearing that we discussed earlier in my evidence, that the criticisms were of such magnitude that they wanted an independent review of certain aspects of that work. And they went out and sought that review. I think that's a fair summary of what the applicant did. I don't know, because I didn't ask them.
And the applicant hasn't commissioned any equivalent review for the topics of invertebrates, birds and Lepidoptera?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you recommend that a specialist review should be undertaken for any of those topics?
No, because the main concerns in relation to the CIM hearing were, as I outlined earlier, on a range of receptors, and the biggest criticisms were down to Fonseca's seed fly work, the habitat work, the scoping, and the approaches taken. I went through them earlier. I won't list them all again.
But you mentioned there the Fonseca seed fly work.
Yes.
That would be a review of the invertebrate work.
Well, yes, it's an invertebrate.
But we don't have any specialist review on that.
Yes, we do. SNH carried out a review of that work in its determination of whether it was acceptable evidence and whether it was sufficient or not. And I understand their invertebrate specialist team looked at that work. And I should add they were satisfied with it.
And again, just for clarity, is that information about that SNH review in any of the inquiry documents?
No, because if SNH have concerns about things and we discuss through a series of correspondence issues that are of concern to them, and then we provide them with information and they say that is no longer of concern to them, it is read that they have looked at that and are happy with it. That's my inference. When SNH do not have an objection on something, they are satisfied with something. I kind of move on.
We can leave Dr. McMullen's inquiry report, and if we move back to your inquiry report, which is APP 21, if anyone needs the reference.
I have a copy in front of me.
And looking briefly at your experience and expertise, in paragraph 2.1, there's reference to your research work on the endangered invertebrate, I'll not try the Latin, the freshwater pearl mussel. Apart from the freshwater pearl mussel, do you claim any specific expertise in terrestrial invertebrates?
No, I don't.
And within that section of your inquiry report where you set out your experience and expertise, there's not any mention of experience relating to Lepidoptera. Would you agree that's a very specialist area of expertise?
Expertise by its nature tends to be specialist. I wouldn't remotely suggest that I'm an expert in Lepidoptera. I am aware of Lepidoptera, I survey Lepidoptera, but I am not an expert in Lepidoptera.
I'll come back to your inquiry report, but just picking up another general issue from your recognition. And it's a specific reference, but it probably illustrates other references, but I'll just focus on this one. It's at your paragraph 4.2 when you're dealing with ornithology.
So paragraph 4.2 is in conclusion.
Sorry, say that again.
Did you say paragraph 4.2 in the conclusion?
This is in your recognition.
Recognition. Sorry, I was looking at my inquiry report. My apologies.
Sorry. So paragraph 4.2, you're dealing with ornithology.
Yes.
And the final sentence there, you say, importantly, no information gaps were identified by SNH in the baseline survey data that would prevent assessments in line with the requirements of the EIA regulations. And I wanted to put this into the overall context of this application and this inquiry. Would you agree that compliance with the EIA regulations is only part of the picture? I'll go on to the rest of the picture in a minute, but maybe just to take this step by step.
Yes, but the EIA regulations are a very important part of the picture.
Another aspect is that these reporters need to consider whether they've got sufficient information to undertake the required appropriate assessment.
Yes, I would accept that.
There's also the issue in terms of material considerations as the planning people understand it. Within that heading, the reporters have to consider general natural heritage impacts and benefits.
Yes.
And if we go to the CIEEM 2016 guidelines that we were looking at previously, which is APP 2.4.
I have a copy here.
In particular, if we go to page 16,
headed Important Ecological Features, Section 4.
Correct. There's a subheading there just before 4.3, determining importance, and it says the ECIA should demonstrate how a proposal will comply with statutory requirements and policy objectives for biodiversity, and it goes on to refer to box 13, which sets out the key features, designated sites, and so on. So we can see from that it's a general reference, but it illustrates the points that biodiversity is an issue that the reporters need to take into account when making their recommendation on the application.
Very much hope so.
Within box 13, we can see there's specific reference to biodiversity action plan lists and red-listed rare legally protected species, so the final two bits on the list, as it were.
Yes.
And continuing on the theme of what the reporters are to take into account, you've discussed at length within your written evidence the scoping process.
Yes.
But would you agree that whether or not a particular species was scoped in or out by SNH, the reporters, in making a recommendation in this application, can't just ignore potential impacts on other species?
They can't ignore potential impacts, but they should be focusing on likely significant effects. And indeed, that's the driving force behind ECIA. There's some guidance at the start, if I may quote. Let me find it. It's paragraph 1.1 in the IEM guidance, I think. So 1.11.
Can I just ask?
Sorry, I'll be clear because I'm. So this is the CIM 2016 guidance, and paragraph 1.11 states emphasis in EIA is on significant effects rather than all ecological effects. There's other guidance which talks about that as well, but it's really at the outset on how to use the guidance. It's to understand that the driving force behind these guidelines are on likely significant effects, not all effects. But there are other effects that need to be taken into account. So I think I take your point.
And again, just to be clear, for instance, in addressing the appropriate assessment side of things, the issue isn't likely significant effects, it's adverse effects.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
You were referring there to the relevance of significant effects for the purposes of EIA in terms of the tests that apply for the SPA. One of the relevant issues is whether there's an adverse effect.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
To be clear, it says, can Mr. Coul clarify whether he's talking about adverse effect on integrity?
I am, yes.
We have the guidance open. There's another very useful sentence, if I may read it. It comments on this further, and that's at 5.8. It states, there could be any number of possible impacts on important ecological features arising from a development. However, it is only necessary to describe in detail the impacts that are likely to be significant. Impacts that are either unlikely to occur, or if they did occur, are unlikely to be significant, can be scoped out.
Yes, but again, that's a comment in relation to environmental impact assessment, and you've accepted that there are other aspects to determining this application.
Yes.
So you would agree that where Mr. McAdam, Dr. Wright and Dr. Young refer to species that are known from the site, and those species aren't assessed in the ES, the reporters have to take account of potential impact on those species. They can't just ignore them.
They can't just ignore them, but they can infer from the decision by SNH to not recommend them to be considered that there are unlikely to be significant effects on those receptors.
Well, do you understand, Mr. McAdam, Dr. Wright and Dr. Young, to agree with that opinion from SNH?
I understand that they don't agree with that opinion, but they had a chance at the start of this hearing to cross-examine SNH on this very matter, and they decided not to take them up on that opportunity, so I can't answer for why SNH put something in or not in terms of their effects evaluation.
Well, sirs, for the avoidance of any doubt, I didn't cross-examine SNH because their witnesses didn't address those matters, so that wouldn't have been appropriate. Just then touching for a moment on the impact on the designated areas, and I'll take you to a particular reference in a moment, but again, just so that we're clear what we're talking about, you would agree that even if the development is outside a designated area, its impact on the site and the protected features is still relevant?
Yes.
If we can look at a particular reference in your precognition then, So this is your precognition rather than your inquiry report, just to be clear.
Yep.
And it is going back to the ornithology section that we were looking at, but this time it's paragraph 4.1.
Yep.
And in 4.1, you say Dr. Lucy Wright raises concerns in regard to the bird surveys undertaken in support of the ES, both in their duration and the methods employed. This disregards the fact that methods and survey timings were agreed with SNH. Some concerns focus on birds on the foreshore, an area which is not part of the project. Would you agree that reference to the foreshore and the comment that it's an area which is not part of the project, would you agree that's misleading because the impacts on the foreshore are still relevant?
I wouldn't say it's misleading. No parts of the development are on the foreshore, as I understand the word the foreshore to mean.
Well, the point I was making was that sentence seems to imply there's no need to study the birds on the foreshore because it's not within the project area.
That's not the case. The foreshore was studied and it was part of the study area. And my understanding as a practicing ecologist is that activities, for instance, within Coul Links itself, could very well affect receptors on the foreshore. So I accept that point.
You followed, as we've heard, the methodology and the guidelines, and one of the concepts there is the zone of influence, and this is a zone of influence sort of point.
Yes, it's a zone of influence sort of point, yes.
Turning then to look at the issue of surveys, and again starting with a general proposition and then moving into particular questions, would you agree that any assessment is only as good as the survey it's based on? If that survey information is unreliable or incomplete, then there's a risk that the assessment based on that survey will be flawed.
Yes, I think so. There were quite a lot of things in that sentence, but I think I get the tenet of what you were saying.
And moving to some of the specific issues within that, again going to your precognition, this time in paragraph 3.3, and just to give the context, this is the part of your precognition dealing with this issue of quality of surveys.
Yes.
And 3.3, you're referring to concerns expressed by the coalition. In the very last sentence on that page, you say, I disagree with CC's comments. And then you go on and say, this is over the page now, the desk study was conducted using a variety of information sources, including commissioning the Highland Biological Recording Group. The NBN gateway was not used due to the explicit copyright restrictions for consultant use.
Yes.
Now, my understanding is that the terms and conditions do allow for the use of data for commercial purposes, providing the permission of the data provider has been given.
That's correct. If you collect, say, 1,000 records of species and you have 150 recorders who collected that data, my understanding is you have to contact every single one of the 150 recorders to use it for commercial purposes. So this is a kind of a topic that has been going around in consultancy circles for a while, and that is that it's very easy for personal use and for non-commercial use to use the NBN, but it's very difficult for consultants to use it and put it in environmental statements, because all you need is one person to not answer your email or to not respond, and there's a lot of people to contact, and you potentially get yourself into some hot water over the conditions of use of that data. So usually what consultants do is they contact the local biological recording group who generally have a slightly different set of guidelines, and you commission them to do a study, and then you present that with anything else you've collected yourself.
Well, on this issue, if we can look back at the CIEEM guidelines, which is APP24 that we've been looking at, and go to, it's the numbered page 44 within those guidelines, which is Appendix 3.
Yes.
So, I'm not sure, sirs, are you still, have you got that? Yeah. Appendix 3, we see there, it's headed up Sources of Contextual Information, and the National Biodiversity Network is listed there as a source of contextual information.
Yes.
Well, from what you have just given in your answer, it sounds as though the practice is to not use that information. So does that not run counter to what your institute says should be used?
No, because if you read the start of that appendix, I will highlight 2 words to you. The following lists provide some of the sources of information that may be useful to you. And I'm suggesting to you that given the legal issues of using data commercially, that in this situation isn't very helpful to me as a consultant making money in a commercial survey situation. Many people use these guidelines, and those people are not all commercial consultants, so the guidelines are as wide as possible so that people can use them, so they can't come up with every eventuality. But this could be used by people who are not doing commercial research work. And so, yes, that would be a place they could go and then quote and work from. But I'm suggesting to you, I and many other consultants are very nervous about using NBN data in published documentation for the reasons outlined.
On the details then of your survey work, and looking first at the ornithology, if we start with your inquiry report,
Yes, I have that in front of me.
and starting with your paragraph 2.2,
Yes.
and at the end of that paragraph, you've provided a quote in italics, and the final sentence of that quote says, Peter
That's me.
was eager to get survey requirements identified, and I think you've explained why of that, quite understand that, so that the autumn-winter period could be surveyed in full. And presumably the point that's being made there is it's a note of a meeting on 29th September, so the autumn period could already be considered to have started at that point.
It could have. But we were part way in. There's no firm definition of what autumn is, but I would be willing to accept that September is autumn in the bird calendar.
Well, are you aware that for non-breeding water birds, autumn is generally considered to start in July?
Yes. Well, it's often called late summer. But that's maybe being pedantic, but I see it referred to as late summer. But late summer and autumn, particularly for water birds and waders, especially weighed as July and August are the months of peak migration.
And within your inquiry report, just on that issue, if we go to your paragraph 213, which starts on page 9.
Yes.
And at that point, you're outlining the fieldwork surveys that were conducted for ornithology. And if we go to the top of the following page, we see there that winter bird surveys were undertaken systematically using agreed methods between October 2015 and March 2016, and summer breeding bird surveys were undertaken between April 2016 and July 2016. So, taking those two references together, there's no survey work in either August or September.
Correct.
And on that issue, if we can go to the document CC15, which is an internal document, Dr. Dowse, the SNH ornithologist.
Is this CC15 that was submitted, or is this CC15 with the additional correspondence that we recommended, or rather put forward? This is believe this is the internal email correspondence of SNH.
The CC15 is just Dr. Dowse's internal document. The applicant lodged APP 215 to complete the picture, as it were.
Yes.
I'm going to take this step by step chronologically, and look at the Dr. Dowse first, but be reassured, I will take you through the APP 215, so don't feel that you need to jump to that. I will get there, just to give you a fair crack of the whip, as it were. Starting with Dr. Dowse's...
So could I have both? Could I have the other reference as well, please, for the later work that SNH...
So APP 215 is the one we'll be going on to. Just to assist anyone who's looking at the electronic copy of CC15, I think it's page 927 on the PDF.
Thank you. So the letter between, sorry, it's not a letter actually, it's a memo, is that correct? Between Dr. Andrew Dowse and David Patterson.
Correct. And just to pick out a particular point about the timing of the survey work, if we go to the second page of Dr. Dowse's memo, and he's got a subheading, survey data needed for the EIA.
Yes.
The first paragraph in that section, he starts, the survey data from Alba covers one winter only. I'll come back to that. The specific point I wanted to pick up was on the fifth line within that paragraph.
the one that ends or starts, the new sentence starts about eider ducts?
Yes.
Yes.
Although actually, it's the reference immediately before that won't pick
Okay.
up. But yes, he makes the point there, eider especially may be using these areas. The immediately preceding sentence, he says, a species such as eider will be using the inshore, intertidal and associated habitats from at least July onwards. So the gap in the survey, August and September, Dr. Dowse is saying those are months where the eider would be present.
Yes. There are pretty much eiders present on and off Coul links all year round in varying numbers. I should probably comment that on and off, I meant on and offshore. They're in the water, they're not on Coul links.
Thank you for that clarification. At the start of that paragraph, Dr. Dowse's memo, he comments that the survey data from Alba covers one winter only. And is that him making the point that there's no autumn data?
I don't know what point he... I mean, he's stating a fact. We only surveyed for one winter.
And he then goes on, I would normally have suggested 2 years data gathering given the proximity and importance of the adjacent overlapping protected areas. And I appreciate this is an issue that comes in the APP document that we're going on to, so I'll park that and come back to that in a minute. But at least as far as this document is concerned, he's referring there to suggesting 2 years data gathering. That's consistent with the approach that RSPB have sought.
Yes and no. RSPB sought two positions, if I can recall Dr. Wright's evidence. She argues in one area for 2 years' worth of survey work, like as done with wind farm guidance, and then later on she argues for 5 years survey work. I would argue 5 years was erroneous, but I take the point that her comparison was with wind farm development guidance.
Well, I'll come back to the specific issue about the 5 years, and thank you, you're quite correct. I should have mentioned that. But certainly what we see here is Dr. Dowse agreeing that a 2 year period would have been appropriate.
At that point, I used to work in the public sector. I used to work for the Cairngorms National Park Authority, and we would often, as a team, have initial email correspondence and send each other memos and develop our thinking on issues. And that's how you get to formulate plans and good advice. And it's the outcome at the end that I always valued, but the process going through there was important. And so I was quite uncomfortable reading all of this information because these are highly respectable SNH staff who I know personally, and sort of taking moments in time doing email correspondence or memos between internal discussions at a moment in time and then not putting in the wider context always is problematical, because it looks like someone has changed their mind or hasn't agreed with a point, and later on it's about the process of coming together, which is obviously the submission that we put in later on.
Yes, but as I said, I'll come back to that bit of it in a moment. Just to finish off with his comments in this document, he then continues, so we've touched on that second sentence about suggesting 2 years data gathering. He then goes on and says, more importantly, I am surprised by the timing of the non-breeding survey work, a species such as Ida will be using the inshore, intertidal and associated habitats from at least July onwards. So we can take from that, certainly at the time that he wrote this, he was concerned that the survey might not properly address the presence of Ida.
I think at the time that's correct. I would also note that Andy Dowse runs a very big team and covers all of SNH's ornithological casework that's important. And so for him to know what's at each individual site is quite a feat. And I would suggest that his questioning or ambivalence on that is he just wants more information about that, and he might not know really much at all about the proposed development at that time. For instance, what the footprint is, what the likely zone of influence was. So all of those things would have then been provided, and then I would imagine, because this is how it worked when I worked in the National Park Authority, that would then influence your ultimate evidence that you, the ultimate advice that you provide.
And then staying with that document, going to the penultimate paragraph, he says there, I think the lack of survey data over relevant periods, notwithstanding the possible need for 2 years data, as a significant deficiency in the information that the developer intends to use for the EIA. And he goes on, I think this will limit the ability of the developer to come to definitive conclusions. But the reference there to significant deficiency in the information, that's a pretty damning criticism, isn't it?
I think it's a qualified criticism. He considers the possibility of need of additional data, but I would say it was a qualified criticism, or maybe even not just criticism, but observation. And bearing in mind what I said about him might not yet have seen a design layout. He might have just been told about the general area.
If we then turn to the other SNH exchanges, which are in APP 215, and because of the way the emails are printed out, there is one email which is repeated, so we see it twice. I'm just trying to avoid...
Sorry, Mr. Coul, just to pause for a moment. Yeah, this is the recent document that was circulated. Yeah, no. Sorry, carry on.
So, yes, I just wanted to start by mentioning that I had noticed the same email is there twice, just in case we get confused. So that's the David Patterson email, 27th July 2016 at 14:15. And that's the one I want to start by looking at, because chronologically it's the earliest in the process. We can see he starts, Dear Andy, Simon and Dave, thanks for your time this morning to discuss our scoping response. As discussed earlier today, please see below for the main points of our meeting. So this appears to refer to a meeting on the 27th of July.
Yeah, it's around about that time quite clearly. You're right, yes, it says thanks for your time this morning to discuss. I'm assuming that the meeting is this morning to discuss. Right?
And the paragraph A, on the issue of the duration of survey work, either 1 or 2 full winter seasons for both the Dornochfirth and Lochfleet SPA, as well as the Moray Firth PSPA. And then it records, we agreed that one full season, October to March inclusive, should suffice to help gauge the impacts of the proposal. And if we stop there, that runs counter to Dr. Dowse's comments that we've just looked at in the CC15 document.
Yes, it runs counter, but he's obviously moved because of these are moments in time and we don't know what the SNH staff have been given. He's obviously potentially had further information that we are not a party to. This is the problem with using FOI information on internal documentation. But this is a different position to the one earlier expressed, not very short, it was about a week beforehand.
Well, indeed, that was the point I was going to put to you, that his memo that we looked at is 21st July. This meeting is on 27th July. So he's changed his mind or had his mind changed by further information or whatever within a very few days.
Yes, he has.
And you've speculated on the why, but in terms of what we see in the email exchanges, we just don't have any explanation for his change of mind.
No, other than a team came together, and I would highlight three things. I'd highlight firstly that Andy Dowse is not based, as far as I'm aware, unless he's moved recently up to Golspie. So he's probably unlikely to know the site. But Simon Cohen, David Mackay and David Patterson are locally based staff. They will know the site very well. They would also know the development proposal issues very well. And so I would imagine that when they got together, a lot of the contextual information that Andy Dowse didn't have when he made his initial comments would have been provided by those three people who very clearly and very well knew what proposals were at that time for the Coul Links development.
And staying with the David Patterson email, which is in APP 215, the one that we were looking at the paragraph A about duration of survey work, and we looked at the first bullet point there. We agreed that one full season, October to March inclusive, should suffice to help gauge impacts of the proposal. This was decided on the basis that Webb's data could be used as a contextual resource in addition to their already completed survey work for both SPAs.
Yes.
On this use of Webb's data, if we can look at your inquiry report. So this is the APP 21 document.
Yes.
And it's paragraph 214 on page 10.
Yes.
And at that paragraph, you set out a series of subparagraphs using Roman numerals, and at Roman numeral 2, you refer to the use of Webb's data.
Yes. I believe that, although without going back through it all, I believe that Webb's data was raised in the context of natural heritage zone populations, which was where it was discussed.
And on the use of the Webb's data, if we can look at the SNH scoping advice, which is in CM28.
What was that reference again? Sorry.
It's CM28.
Yes.
And if you bear with me, I'll find a PDF page reference for the electronic copy.
It's at 407.
Sorry, we can see there that it's response to Highland Council from Scottish Natural Heritage, 1st August 2016. If we go to page 2, and it's the very foot of that page. It's saying contextual information on PSPA birds, especially eider, could be sought from various sources, including RSPB, Wetland Bird Survey webs, and the local bird recorder. Would you agree that it's best practice to refer to WEB's data when conducting an EIA where water birds may be affected?
I think you could make that case.
And on this, going back to your inquiry report, we were looking at 214, the Roman numeral 2. You say RSPB Scotland identified Webb's bird counts from the Lochfleet estuary as a regional population estimate without acknowledging that the Fleet estuary is only a small part of NA-HLD-086 and that it is NHZ population as a whole that SNH guidance recommends for assessing regional bird population impacts.
Yes.
So you're saying there's no regional population estimates available. Are you aware that a data request can be made to the WEB's office for a bespoke area? So you could have obtained an estimate for the NHZ21 area.
No, I don't accept that. The NHZ21 area is not the WEB's area. The WEB's area is just a small part of it. There are a number of other wetlands within NHZ21 that wouldn't be picked up by WEB's counts, and so the bird species population estimates would not be correct. SNH published guidance not very long ago on all species of birds of conservation concern or value where they had robust data on their natural heritage zone populations, and the species we're talking about here were not provided in that list. So I take it that SNH do not think that they have robust NHZ population estimates for those species. I would also point out that the letter that you refer to, it says contextual information could be sought, not must be or should be.
I promised to touch on the issue of the 5 years that you mentioned previously.
Yes.
If we just look for a moment at your precognition where you refer to this.
Mr. Coul, we should look for a good opportunity perhaps to break for lunch. Would this be it now, or would it be better to, before you move, cover this point if you've got a more natural break coming up?
Quite happy to break now, sir, if that suits.
And how long do you think, how much more cross-examination do you think you're likely to have before we move on to Mr. Campbell's?
A considerable amount, sir, yes, because after dealing with the ornithology, there's the invertebrates and the Lepidoptera, so I wouldn't like to estimate how long it would take, but certainly it's going to be more than an hour.
Okay, thank you very much. It's 12:40, so if we can have lunch, and I'm going to just have a shorter lunch again with apologies. So if we can start again at 1:15. Thank you very much. Mr. Collar.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Cosgrove, returning to your precognition, paragraph 4.1, so this is in the section dealing with ornithology.
Yes.
And you're referring there to Dr. Wright's evidence, and in the middle of that paragraph you say, additionally, Dr. Wright erroneously describes best practice as 5 years of bird survey. This may be a practice for the detailed scientific study of some species, but is not the best practice in Scotland with regard to ECIA and was not requested by SNH during scoping. If we look at Dr. Wright's topic paper, which, apologies, sirs, I don't think we've assigned a document reference to. I forgot, I meant to deal with that over lunch.
Could I have a copy, please? Somebody?
I think it would be LW60. We could call that.
Sorry.
This is Dr. Wright's topic paper, so it would be called LW60.
So in her topic paper...
Sorry, it's not come to me yet. That's all right. Yes, please continue.
So in Dr. Wright's topic paper, and if we look at her paragraph 5.2, where she makes the comment...
Sorry. Sorry, no, this is not. This is what was given to me. Lucy. The joys. That'll need to go in. And yes.
In her topic paper, paragraph 5.2, and it's at the foot of the page, She says, for developments predicted to affect Ramsar sites or SPAs, a minimum of 2 years full survey is normally expected, and she refers to an SNH document. And best practice would be to include 5 years of bird survey. In your recognition where you criticise, or you say it's not best practice in Scotland in relation to ECIA, are you not really, between the two of you, referring to different aspects? She's quite clearly referring to developments predicted to affect Ramsar sites and SPAs. You're referring to more general practice.
Yes, but I don't think about Ramsar sites. The title of the document that referred to is Assessment of Plans and Projects Significantly Affecting Natura 2000 Sites. I would contend that Scottish Natural Heritage and Highland Council have determined up to this point in the process that there's no likely significant effects on Natura 2000 sites. So therefore, that guidance is not relevant.
But you appreciate that's a matter of dispute?
I'm not saying it's a matter... Well, I would say that the Highland Council and SNH haven't objected on Natura 2000 grounds. I'd say the dispute is between maybe how we would look at the references, but I would say it's a matter of fact that there is no likely significant effect on the Natura 2000 designations as determined by the competent authority and the planning authority. I think.
If we put Dr. Wright's topic paper to one side for the moment and look at your inquiry report, which for those who are electronic is APV21. And it's going back to your paragraph 214 that we were looking at before lunch.
Yes.
But moving on to the Roman numeral 9, which is on page 12.
Yes.
Starting with the reference on page 6, not page 6, it's line 6 of that paragraph, Roman numeral 9. You say there the results presented in the ES were snapshots in time, specifically spring-summer 2016 in the case of Albert Ecology breeding bird surveys at Coul Links, and we've been through the timings of that. The species surveyed in 2016 are unlikely to match those in 2017 and vice versa due to a range of well-known factors. So just going through that so that the reporters understand what they have in front of them. You acknowledge there that the results are snapshots in time.
Yes, that's pretty much correct for most ecological studies and ornithological studies.
But I put it to you that the survey that was undertaken is just too brief a snapshot in time to provide any reliable indication of the variable use of the study area by the birds.
Well, a full breeding season on a site does give you a very good understanding of what's on a site. It absolutely does. It doesn't tell you what could occur in 1, 2, 3 or 5 years' time. Now, as the Director of Agroecology, I'd be delighted to have an extra season survey work to do. If the statutory authority had recommended a second season, I could have invoiced for that. I would have been delighted to have done a second season survey. But the regulator, in this case SNH, asked for only one survey, and we did go back and check with them for that. So it's quite hard to have a conversation with a client asking to do an extra survey if the regulator said you don't need to do an extra survey.
Well, to illustrate the point, on the basis of the survey, and if we picked a particular species of bird, it doesn't actually matter for these purposes.
Yeah.
We've no way of knowing if that's likely to be the highest or lowest number of birds ever recorded, because it's just a snapshot.
Correct.
And we all...
No, yeah, I accept your point.
Okay. And we also have no way of knowing if the birds always use the same part of the study area.
That's correct, but even if you had successive seasons counts, nests almost always, apart from one or two notable species, are in different locations every year. This is part of the part of the snapshot bit. So the second year the birds would nest somewhere slightly different. Many birds don't nest in the exact same location due to factors such as parasites in nests and things, and they may have been predated the year before, so they move around sites. This is a well understood sort of assumption in bird survey monitoring.
And I was going on to ask you about the specific reference you make due to a range of well-known factors. So I presume one of those factors you had in mind was the point you've just made.
Yes, yeah. So there's a whole range of demographic factors that affect birds, and quite often adult birds won't return from wintering in Africa. They may have died on the wintering grounds. New birds will appear that have survived that were juveniles the previous year. There's a whole range of factors that can cause the pattern to change. And yes, it's an accepted limitation, shall we say, to the data. So that's all I wanted to say.
And touching on the factors, for example, if there's been a poor winter, there may be lower numbers of birds.
Absolutely, yep.
The extent of the flooding on the site could impact on the numbers?
Well, it would do, and from an SPA perspective, the location, well, basically the ducks that use the site, in particular teal and widgeon, are pretty much hefted to using the dune slack areas when they're wetted. They don't use them when they're dry because they're ducks and they would get predated probably by foxes and things. So, yes, but other factors will affect their use of the site, as it currently is known, such as shooting, existing factors like that.
Turning then to the concept of turnover, and if we go back to Dr. Wright's topic paper we were looking at just a moment ago, so that's LW60.
Yep.
And it's paragraph 4.7.
Yes. Starts with for most species.
Yes. And it's the point she's making, it's the second sentence. However, as shown at numerous other coastal sites, there will be turnover of birds using the site within and between years. She refers to the Atkinson paper. Therefore, the total number of individuals using the application site is likely to be much higher than the maximum numbers present at any one time. And to illustrate this point, if we go to your inquiry report at paragraph 311, which is on page 14.
Yes.
At 311, in the final sentence, you tell us there variable numbers of widgeon were recorded, 500 to 100 birds on 4 occasions during winter 2015 to 2016. So would you accept the concept of turnover means that the maximum number of widgeon using the dune slacks could be much higher than that 5 to 100 figure?
Absolutely. This is a snapshot in time. We were not there every day. There could have been more birds. That is a range that's provided. And I think one of the important things to note about that range that's provided there is there's quite a large variation between 5 and 100. So sometimes you get small numbers and sometimes you get large numbers.
Staying with your inquiry report, but going back to paragraph 214.
So 214 or 314?
214, yes. So it's with the Roman numerals.
Yes.
indeed, going back to the Roman numeral 9 that we were looking at on page 12,
Yes.
and in the second sentence you tell us the baseline breeding surveys undertaken were based on sampling techniques, not absolute census. Census says, I suppose.
Sensi, census, censuses. Oh, I've seen it all written.
Census plural would be the easiest way of putting
Yep.
it. Am I right in thinking that the census is a more comprehensive methodology and therefore provides more robust data?
No, I mean a census is just a word to this. It's another word to use for survey. But a full census would be like somebody there all the time monitoring every bird, in terms of a full census, which is not what we did.
And moving on in your inquiry report then to 317.
Yes.
And 317, you're saying uncertainty associated with the issue of disturbance relates to the potential replacement of existing shooting-related disturbance with potential golf-related disturbance at Coul Links. You mentioned that the golf course will be closed during winter months, and then you say, based on ornithological monitoring in 2015 to 16, the dune slacks are typically wetted during the winter between December and the end of March. So you're acknowledging there that in saying typically, you're basing that on data for just one winter.
Yes.
And in turn, the proposal to close the golf course during the winter months is equally based on that conclusion about what is typical based on just 1 year of data, or one year of data.
Yes, it is. It was also based on the timing that the birds would probably be most susceptible to disturbance, which is in the coldest months of the year as well. So there's a little bit of an element of that. It wasn't just purely the results. When it's extremely cold and the birds are struggling to provide food, even moderate amounts of disturbance can cause sort of sublethal effects, which after a few days can build up and the birds just die. So the key period where the development will be closed tends to match the period of the coldest weather, which is when those birds, in my opinion, would be most susceptible to that kind of additional adverse disturbance were it to occur.
And in terms of when the dune slacks are typically wetted, Dr. Wright has provided photos that show flooding in October 2016 and April 2018. Sirs, that's LW59. I don't know that we need to go to it because they're just labelled photos, but the reference is there. So that's two instances outside the December to March period that you've mentioned.
Yes, it is.
And I think Mr. Taylor said in his evidence, I think he was maybe not completely sure, to be fair to how people are noting this, and everyone will have their own notes, but he mentioned seeing flooding perhaps in August.
I can't remember, but if he said that, well, he may well have done. I mean, the thing about these habitats is they can flood when there's lots and lots of rain, but I'm not a hydrologist, so I can't really comment any further.
In your paragraph 317 that we were looking at there, but just in the opening sentence, you referred to replacement of the existing shooting, and you've also mentioned within your recognition considerable wider benefits from the proposed shooting ban.
Yes.
Aside from the Recreational Access Management Plan, which is CD15, is there any other inquiry document giving the reporters an assessment of the impacts of shooting disturbance?
Not specifically, other than it's mentioned in, I think it's SNH's site condition monitoring. Let me have a look for a moment, if you please. There are two documents. I don't know what they're... sorry, this is not very helpful, but I picked them up with reading. I don't know what the actual reference numbers are to them. The information sheet on Ramsar wetlands mentions shooting. Wildfowling is mainly controlled by private agreement with the states, apart from Dornoch Firth, where wildfowling is open to the public. And probably the most important one...
Sorry, sirs, I wonder, before we go through these in any details, whether possibly Ms Wilson or someone could point us to the document references.
Wait, yeah.
Sorry, what am I being asked to do?
It's,
the witness is referring to documents but says he doesn't have the document references.
so, yeah, Ramsar wetlands information. And the other one is the Lochfleet SSSI site management statement.
They're in the core documents.
CD 5.2, that was, yeah, for the site management statement.
And the Ramsar site is 5.3, CD 5.3.
Thank you.
If I can draw your attention to the Lochfleet AAA site. Have you got it yet? I suppose I should ask. Yeah. So the Lochfleet site management statement, which has a nice little colour photograph at the top left on the opening page. On page 8 of it, there's a section 6, which says, current levels of wildfowling are difficult to quantify, but an increase has been recorded at Lochfleet over the recent past. So this has been picked up by monitoring of SNH of the SSSI, that there's increasing wildfowling activity. But quite reasonably, I think they're reluctant to say by how much or what. And so that was the research, if you like. It was specific to this site, because I know that's what the reporters have asked if we can.
And the reference there is to Lochfleet, which is a much bigger area than the application site.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what was the reference in the Ramsar? If I could just, nobody has the document in front of them.
It's printed out from the internet. RIS, information sheet for Ramsar Wetlands, RIS. And under current recreation, it mentions wildfowling and hunting.
Is there a page number?
Page 9 of 11. At bottom, there's a section 31 called Current Recreation and Tourism. And it mentions wildfowling and hunting there.
On my version, it's on page 8 of 10.
It says, number 2 on it says, date this sheet was completed was March 1997.
All that tells us, though, is there is wildfowling. It doesn't tell us how
And
much.
one of them suggests it's increasing. I would say that the Lochfleet site management statement is quite an important document, as it's telling you what the status is of the Lochfleet SSSI, uses, pressures, those kinds of things.
Given that there's no actual assessment of the impact of the shooting, just to explore that, given that it's been put forward as a benefit, that there would be a shooting ban. Thinking about shooting parties, we can assume that because they don't want to disturb the birds until they have a chance to shoot them, they'll tend to be wearing camouflage clothing, keeping quiet. So the disturbance might be quite significant to the birds, but it's fairly fleeting in time.
I think that well, firstly, most shooters tend to wear camouflaged gear, so yes. The impact of shooting in short duration, which may be when someone's shooting party can be out for 2 or 3 hours, or they can be out there for a whole weekend day, so it varies the amount of effort. But the act of killing the birds and the act of seeing their, I don't want to anthropomorphise this, but their colleagues, friends, family members shot will have a profound effect upon how they view the land. There's been work done on this which is called fear landscapes in ecology, and it talks about how animals behave and change their behavioural patterns based on the likelihood of them dying somewhere with what has happened to others of their species. And so the fear management, or the fear landscape, I think is a reasonable thing to consider, that that the birds using this site are quite fearful because regularly their flock members are shot at and sometimes killed. So to my mind there are 2 effects. One is the obvious lethal effect. 20 ducks go in, 15 come out, that means 5 have died. And there is the indirect effect, which is that the birds could be utilising the site without stress, without dying, and they will be flying somewhere else to rest, which can have energetic costs in terms of it causes them to fly somewhere else, so they use their energy in it, and this can, particularly in the cold winter months, that can create sublethal and then lethal effects. but it can also mean that they have to fly somewhere else, and that somewhere else might also not be safe. So the idea of creating a refuge at Coul Links where shooting is not taking place is, I consider, a very reasonable thing to do given the status of the species, and it's something that's within the landowner's power to control, and it is preventable. And in the context of wider benefits of the project, we go back to a conversation I had earlier under cross-examination about the highest level of protection, the highest importance on the site, are the Natura features. I can stop 2 of those Natura features being shot at on the site, which is, I think, a considerable benefit. And I can also stop, through my recommendations and this being taken forward, I can also stop the indirect disturbance there on the site. And I consider that to be a pretty substantive gain for the SPA and the birds in particular. And I suspect that, I can't speak for the birds, but I think they would probably like not to be shot at Coul Links.
And to put the other side of the proposition, the benefit of the shooting ban comes from the golf course. So doing a compare and contrast between golfers and shooting parties, in contrast to the camouflage clothing, golfers, I'm sure not Mr. Mackay, quite often wear bright clothing. They certainly make a noise hitting the ball with whichever club they're using. There may well be some swearing again, I'm sure, probably not Mr. Mackay. Occasional yells of "for" and the like, but that is continuous throughout play, throughout the day.
Yes, that's correct. And that type of disturbance, the work on disturbance on birds is, there's lots of work on disturbance of birds, and it's very important to have the kind of context and the species in mind, because it's quite hard to draw general conclusions about disturbance across different bird families and bird species. But it's... Sorry, I've lost my train of thought. I was going to say something then. No, I've lost it. Sorry. Do you want to repeat the question? I'll start again.
Well, I think you agreed with the proposition that it was put into you, that in assessing the relative merits of the shooting ban, we have to take into account the disturbance from the golf course, and I touched on the factors, but the important point being that disturbance is continuous throughout the day of play.
Yes. So, the activity, so first of all, I wouldn't necessarily take the premise that it's disturbance. So this is why the context, that's where I lost my train of thought. So the context is that routine activities are things that birds get used to in safe environments. And so if golfers take a particular circular route, and I think I might be right in saying this because I don't play golf, you tend to go around 1 to 18, you don't do it in reverse. The golfers will play around, and they will be, roughly speaking, in a very regular and predictable area. They will be carrying out predictable activities whilst shooting and other things are not going on. The things that really disturb birds are, well, shooting, dogs, unexpected things. I was talking to Mr. Haspel about this, and he invited me down to Castle Stewart. I can't remember the date, I can find it, but it was at the end of September last year, I think, or no, 2017. And he invited me to have a look and to come and look at the tidal cycle. So Castle Stewart is adjacent to designated sites, SPA, SSSI for waterfowl and wading birds. And at high tide, which is when most of the mudflats are covered and the birds are pushed up, and by up I mean they're pushed off the foreshore. Waders don't swim generally. They come up and they roost. And so they were roosting within 15 metres of us walking around. The Greens team at the time were were mowing, and they were mowing, I estimate, 15 to 20 metres away, and the birds were not worried. And I attribute that to the routine activity there, and also the fact that the staff are good quality and aren't going around disturbing the birds. They've been trained to leave the birds alone. So in that context, the presence of golfers doesn't automatically equal disturbance, because they've become habituated or accustomised to routine disturbance that does not kill them or their friends.
Can I just interject there? You were emphasising, Dr. Cosgrove, that the different way that different species react.
Yes.
And how it's not possible to generalise.
Yes.
So which species are you talking about here at Castle Stuart?
At Castle Stuart, we're talking about redshank, curlew, oystercatcher, teal, widgeon. I'm trying to think what else we had. But it's a very similar suite of species. The habitats are similar to Coul lynx. It's a similar suite of species. There were no eiders at Castle Stuart, which there are eiders offshore at Coul lynx. But the teal and widgeon were milling around within 10 to 15 metres of us on the water's edge, and some of them were sitting out roosting, and they were not flying away. And Mr. Haspel confirmed that there was no shooting on the site. Dog walkers were not racing around the site, and the birds were basically left alone. And he told me this, and I'd wanted to see this for myself, because Chris was saying that a lot of the golf-related activities are not published, so I'd wanted to see the actual evidence for this myself.
Just on that point about Castle Stuart, is there not a distinction to be drawn because Castle Stuart is adjacent to the designated area, whereas the application site is within the designated area?
There are, yes, those two things, except what we're talking about here is the disturbance of birds, and they don't notice those boundaries. And I'm saying that the birds were not being disturbed at the distance where the first row of chairs are away from me here. And so that sort of distance, we could have golf activity, you could have management activity going on, and the birds were not flying away.
And if we can look back at the shooting, and if we go to the recreational access management plan, which is CD15.
I don't have a copy in front of me. Could somebody provide that, please? Thank you. I've got Rev 6 on it, 7th of February 2018.
I think that's correct. I don't want to flip back to page 1 and lose my place. It's
Okay.
page 13 that is the relevant part.
Okay, yes.
I think it's probably easier to get it from the bottom. There's 2 bullet points, and continuing to move up the page, a paragraph starting as part of the proposed golf course plans is the paragraph immediately before that I wanted to discuss with you. Furthermore, there will be a reduction in the recreational use of Coul lynx should the golf course project go ahead with the cessation of all current bird shooting practices on the site. Currently, this occurs on Coul lynx between September 1st and January 31st, typically once every 3 weeks with parties of 4 people involved, focused on teal and widgeon, SBA qualifying species, and mallard. Hopefully, I can take this fairly short. In your inquiry report, you refer to teal and widgeon being present when there's water in the dune slack habitats at Coul lynx. You also say the dune slacks are typically wetted between December and March, although
Yes.
I've touched on the snapshot aspect of that with you earlier.
Yes.
But for the purposes of this sort of line of questions, is that December to March period when teal and widgeon will be present?
Well, theoretically, they can be present at any of that period of time if there's water there. There are also birds that fly through, so shooters I'm not a shooter, I'm not a golfer, but shooters don't like to go and shoot fish in a barrel. They don't like to shoot ducks sitting on the water. They like them to be aerial, and it's more of a challenge, more of a sportsman-like activity to kill them in the air. It's not my thing, but some people do it. And so you don't have to have the ducks on water in the wetted environment there. There could be birds flying along the coast across the SPA, over Coul links and into the Loch Fleet area. And those would be quarry birds at the moment and shot on the site.
But on the basis of your survey results, the shooters will have the highest probability of teal and widgeon in that December to March period.
Yeah, if that's when the water's there. But as we say, in some years the water will be in other times. But there is a shooting season, and the landowners, law-abiding citizen, I wouldn't imagine they would allow shooting out with the appropriate wildfowling season. So the wildfowling season would be taken as read as the period where wildfowling activity would occur, should the conditions be right and the wildfowl be present.
We see in this document, it says typically once every 3 weeks with parties of 4 people involved. So if we were to focus on the December and January period where there's the highest probability based on your survey,
yes,
that's, call it 8 weeks, but I'll round it up to 9 because it makes the arithmetic easier. If it's every 3 weeks, that's 3 days of parties of 4 people, so that's 12 people. But if it was a bad winter, it might not even be that much.
If it was very cold, it might not be that much.
A large number of people.
Yes, there's basically a voluntary ban when it's very cold. It's not about the large number of people. It's not that 500 shooters are bad and 3 are good. It's the fact that shooting is incredibly disturbing for, I think I could be every bird species I know that I've worked on. Birds have an adverse reaction to it. And so whilst I accept the premise that what you're saying, that shooting is going to be every 3 weeks, which is regular, there will be periods where it's greater. I would imagine the bank holiday over the Christmas period, that kind of thing. But that knowing that they can be killed there creates this fear landscape, so it alters their behaviour, and they just learn. I mean, it's natural selection in action. If they don't learn about this, they won't be around at the next breeding season.
Staying with this document, the Recreational Access Management Plan, and just turning to the issue of signage, it's in the next paragraph up, as it were, and some of the other paragraphs, but this is as good a reference as any.
To which page, sorry?
It's still on page 13.
Right.
Just moving up the page. And that paragraph, in addition, queries were raised over whether the use of informal dune routes onto the beach zone may increase as a result of the proposal, and whether this could have an impact on bird populations. Mentions informal dune routes and says, given that clear signage is to be placed at key locations at the northern end of the site to steer visitors away from sensitive areas, there will be no change in impacts within the sensitive areas identified. Dr. Wright, in her topic paper, and I don't think we probably need to go there, but sirs, it's her paragraph 534. She refers to the RSPB experience of signage not working, and she's provided a spreadsheet record of incidents. We've all in normal life seen how, for instance, people can park in disabled parking bays even though they don't have the permit. Is there a document before this inquiry which shows that signage does work?
No. It certainly helps to manage large numbers of people, but there's no document that shows that it works 100% of the time. But certainly signage is used, as very evidenced by the amount of signage on RSPB reserves.
Turning then to invertebrates.
Can I get rid of the recreation asset? Spit that out.
The ramp.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank
you. So on the invertebrates, if we can start by looking at CD5.3, which is a collection of information about the Ramsar site, the citation, the information sheet and the criteria. It's the information sheet I want to look at.
I have that in front of me now.
And it's on page 2 of 10.
My document is one page. Is it? Sorry, let me show you. Is it the RAS sheet document?
It's headed up top right, information sheet on Ramsar Wetlands RIS.
Yes.
And the successive pages have page numbers at the top right. So it's the page 2.
Yeah. Yes, I've got that.
It's section 12, justification for the application of each criterion listed in 11 above. There's Ramsar criterion 1, but what I wanted to pick out was Ramsar criterion 2. The site supports plants, but most importantly for these questions, and British Red Data Book invertebrates. So that assemblage of Red Data Book invertebrates is picked out as a feature of the Ramsar site.
Yes, it is.
Mr. McAdam in his topic paper refers to species with more recent conservation statuses, for example, the Fonseca seed fly being equivalent to Red Data Book species and therefore features of the Ramsar site. Is that something you agree with?
It's not my job to designate sites and identify the features for designation on sites, so I would struggle to say that it should be something. If the question was slightly rephrased in that, do I recognise that Fonseca seed fly is a Red Data Book or rather an endangered species and is important to be considered, the answer would be yes, I do recognise that.
Mr. Cadam in his topic paper states that 24 non-Lepidoptera invertebrate species of conservation concern are known from the application site. Do you disagree with that?
I have no comment. I mean, I don't know whether he means the study area or the actual physical footprint of the development. But if you know, I know the person here, and I don't have a problem with their honesty, and so they're trustworthy. So I'll accept that.
Those 24 species of conservation concern, if we put to one side the Fonseca's seed fly, so the other 23,
yes.
There's no assessment of the impact of the development on those other 23, is there?
Not having the list in front of me, we did some assessment on, as you said, non-Lepidoptera. So no, there won't have been on those other species. They were not raised by SNH during scoping, identifying where likely significant effects would occur. And since they had an invertebrate specialist working on the project who was looking at a range of things, including Fonseca, they put great weight in their guidance and that there would be no likely significant effects, and so they were scoped out of further consideration.
And again, for completeness, he goes on to identify 7 non-Lepidoptera invertebrate species listed on the Scottish Biodiversity List and 6 other Scottish Biodiversity List species. And again, there's no assessment of either those 7 or those 6.
Correct, for the reason I just gave.
On the Fonseca's seed fly, if we go to your inquiry report, and it's paragraph 3712 on page 31.
Yep.
So this is the section dealing specifically with Fonseca's seed fly.
Yes.
And at 3712, you say, of the several hundred flies recorded during targeted surveys at Coul links, 4 individuals were found to be Fonseca's seed flies. The results of this study extended the known global range of this apparently endemic species by 29%, from 6.3 kilometres to 8.1 kilometres of sand dunes along the east coast of Sutherland. And again, picking up a comment from Mr. McAdam's evidence, in this context, given that comment, does global not mean international?
No, not in this context. Do you mean in terms of how we evaluated in the assessment? It's in terms of how you consider the importance.
How you consider the importance?
Okay. Our evaluation of Fonseca's seed fly being nationally important was based on geographic context, status, the small number of individuals recorded, and the fact that it's apparently, it's quite clearly under-recorded. We extended its known range by nearly a third with a survey, and each recent survey that's been carried out has extended its known range, but clearly I'm not saying it will carry on being found. There are limitations to the suitable habitat. It's yet to be found north of Coul links, but it may well be there, but we don't know. SNH in their pre-application response to us said that Coul links had the potential to be nationally important for the species, potential. And although we only found very small numbers of Fonseca's seed fly, the guidance for SCIEM is if you're unsure of an evaluation, if it has the potential to be something rather than prevaricate, just assume, therefore. So we went from potentially nationally important to it's nationally important. SNH accepted that work in their formal responses. And reading around the subject, I also had a look at this to see, well, are there any other equivalents to see whether the approach that we took was fair and was similar to that of other species. And so other nationally rare endemic species which are used in designated sites, for example, range-restricted endemics, so Scottish primrose, Shetland mouse ear, they are determined in the citations as nationally important. They are endemic as well, and certainly the Shetland mouse ear doesn't occur in very many places, and so, but it's still determined as national. So following that approach, we thought that national was the most reasonable determination to do. If the site had turned up many hundreds or thousands of Fonseca seed fly, I would have probably have upgraded it to internationally important. That would have been different. I think if there'd been a major change in that, it'd be found so few that it's very hard to justify 4 flies making the site of international importance, whereas if the site had several thousand, then given numbers recorded elsewhere, I'd have said that would have been a large proportion, but this is a small proportion of what is an unknown overall population.
Well, thank you, Dr. Cosgrove, because that wasn't explained in the ES, so that will be useful for Mr. McAdam's evidence. If we turn to the ES and to page 212, where you deal with habitat loss.
Is this where table B22?
Correct. And again, it's to pick up a comment from Mr. McAdam's topic paper. We see it's dealing with the Fonseca seed fly. The columns, there's parameter and then there's habitat loss. So that habitat loss column, under magnitude, the habitat loss is reported as minor, and for the explanation of that, if we go back to page 194 to table B9, which explains the levels of magnitude of change, we see there that minor is defined as a small but discernible reduction in the status or productivity of a population or habitat due to mortality or displacement or disturbance. As a guide, less than 10% of population habitat affected. What Mr. McAdam says in his topic paper, given the application site represents 50% of the global AOO of Fonseca's seed fly, in my view, the magnitude could be major. In table B9, we can see there that the guide figure for major is that greater than or
it's
equal
greater
to?
than 50%, greater than or equal to.
Yeah.
So basically more than half or more.
Yes. So if he's right that the application site represents 50% of the global AOO, would you agree that it would be a major impact?
I don't accept the premise of the question because this is an under-recorded species. So we don't know the full distribution of the species. We have a large area at Coul Links, much of which is, as far as we know, unlikely to be suitable for Fonseca's seed fly. The better Fonseca's seed fly habitat is closer to the coast in terms of the front dune edge and back in the dune slacks. So that area is relatively, and I use that word, relatively less affected from the development than, say, the areas along the railway line. Now, there's parts of the site that are wholly unsuitable for Fonseca seed fly, where the golf course is also going. So all of those are parts of context about how I would look at the importance of the site, and putting a large grid map over that part of East Sutherland and going, this is 100% of the population, you're affecting 100% of the population, I don't find is very helpful in an analysis of likely significant effect on this population. I was concerned with where the food plants, as far as we know them to be, would likely occur and the losses associated with that.
That's precisely where I'm now going. If we can look at your inquiry report, and on the same page that we were looking at, page 31, but 3712, and in fact, it's right at the bottom, going over to the next page. You say they are these areas, and that's, I think, a reference to the accreting front dunes.
Yes, it is.
In the previous sentence, have been largely but not completely avoided through design to minimise potentially important habitat loss for the species. Mr. McAdam, in his topic paper, quotes from the seed fly survey report, which states that suitable habitat is found across the application site. What you're saying in your 3712 that we were just looking at, the areas that are avoided are the mating and courting areas, and where the flies were found during surveys, but you're not avoiding the rest of the habitat areas mentioned in the seed fly survey report.
Sorry, we're not avoiding it. We're avoiding the areas where most of the fly activity has been recorded based on what we know. That isn't just based on the work that we did, but there's work based by somebody called David Gibbs, and he had transects identifying habitat areas where they were found in other sites along the East Sutherland coast. And so our understanding of the habitat is that that accreting dune area is likely to be the most important. It's important, I think, here to recognise that we are quite honest about the limitations of our knowledge of the species.
Mr. Campbell, I'm sorry, I'm struggling to concentrate. Thank you. Sorry.
I wonder if I might just interject. If we're concerned about our lack of knowledge, that cuts both ways, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes.
It also means that it could be more important a site.
It does, and
we know, and presumably, as with bird surveys, there will be limitations. You record a particular number on a particular day, but it might have been a bad day.
Absolutely. I would agree with that. We spent a large amount of time on Coul links looking for the species. I believe that the survey duration was longer than the duration of all the other sites surveyed combined on the survey carried out by Gibbs. So we spent a lot of time looking for the species at Coul links. We extended the known flight range in terms of the days of the year that it's been recorded at. But we acknowledged that it could have been a poor year. There could be a good year next year. They could be on the way out. They could just be a species that's at low density. They could have blown in. There's a number of things that could have occurred. But given the habitats there and the nearby habitats, we think that they are present on Coul links. But I'm reluctant to add anything else. The reports identify the limitations. And sorry, I will add one more other thing, and that is that it's in light of that it's crucial that for this species, and I completely accept its importance, that we know that further information. And so one of the things that I had considered was when I actually spoke to Mike Kaiser, he said that when he was working in America on some of his courses, and they had rare species that people didn't know much about. He was more than happy to fund studies, PhD studies or long-term studies into the ecology of those animals, and he considered that to be part of his stewardship. And so that got me thinking that actually nobody is managing for this species anywhere, because nobody knows what's required, so it would be a good idea to further that knowledge. And so I recommended, contrary to the evidence from Mr. McAdam, that there should be either a dipterist survey, of specialist fly survey, or a PhD. I put PhD in again to try and be open and honest. It may be that it takes a long time, and I didn't want to underestimate that, which is why I considered that. But it might actually be found within a year when we get an understanding of the food plants. So I put both in. So just for clarity, I'm not saying it will definitely need 4 years worth of study. It could be found in a year in a survey. But I've also tried to be reasonable and give my concerns.
Okay, and what if in year 3 of a PhD study it was found that it was a much more important site for Fonseca seed fly than was previously thought, and the golf course is already potentially in operation at that stage?
Yes.
Could you then deal with that eventuality? Well,
our understanding is that the species requires composite flowers, and it's likely that that's a crucial element of its ecology, and of the open dune is required. So part of the management plan for the entire Coul Links area, not just the golf course, would then potentially be able to be adapted to that. So if it was, well, certainly reasonable and plausible discussions that we've had about this at the moment, they could, for instance, lay their eggs in ragwort. And if that's the case, ragwort is being pulled up on golf courses all the way along the coast. And without realising it, people could be removing the key habitat for Fonseca seedfly. So the adaptive management would be we find out what's required, and then management changes will occur which will benefit, hopefully, the food plant. And so Mr. Haspel has said that that's absolutely fine. There's a rolling programme of management that is being proposed. And I added this into the mix of the discussion for future management because it would have been very, very much easier to have said we should just implement SNH's current position on SSSI management. But that was done in the absence of knowledge of Fonseca seedfly being present. So my view was that whilst I would imagine the vast majority of the management of the site would be taken forward as per SNH's general guidance for what they want to see happening across Coul Links, it may be that there are specific extra bits of guidance or extra bits of management that are required that wouldn't otherwise be there. So I didn't want us to slavishly say we'll just deliver the SSSI. I think there are other important considerations.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Cosgrove, if you can look now at Mr. McAdam's topic paper, which I think is the last one that we need to add a number for. So that will be CM33.
Yeah.
And it's page 14, and his figure 1.
Yes. That's mine. Thank you.
And as figure 1, it sets out areas of occupancy of Fonseca's seedfly based on Gibbs 2013 and the Fonseca's seedfly survey report, which is CD 133. And do we see from that that there's a population of Fonseca seed fly on the Embo dunes?
Yes, we do.
And is that where the holes 14 and 15 are going to be?
Yes. I would also point out that this map doesn't show the entire range of Fonseca seed fly.
And by that, do you mean there are other sources of information other than the two documents which are mentioned?
So I'm saying is that the Fonseca seed fly carries on down to the spit below here. As far as I'm aware, our research work suggests that it's been down, at least been seen down in that area. Anyway, that's my understanding. I can probably clarify that in case I have made an error. But so the Fonseca seed fly has been found at Embo, at Dornoch Point, Dornoch Sands, and Dornoch North.
And if we go back to the environmental statement and page 212 that we were looking at, the table B22.
Sorry, 200.
Taking a comment from your inquiry report, so that's your inquiry report at 3713.
Okay, yeah, so I've got 3 documents open in front of me, yes.
So in your inquiry report at 3713, you say insecticide or herbicide affecting areas where Fonseca seed fly mate and or larvae are within their food plants may result in death. If we look at the table B22 in the ES, the middle column deals with herbicide insecticide pollution event.
Yes.
And under reversibility, you've got reversible, but surely death is irreversible.
No, the pollution event is reversible. In that, as in, if there's an accidental spill, later on it won't be repeated time and time again.
But
I accept that when it dies, it dies.
But the table is headed up summary of potential construction and operational effects on Fonseca's seed fly. Where on the table do we see the effects on Fonseca's seed fly if you're saying that the reversibility is the reversibility of the pollution event?
Yes, it is. So, for instance, habitat loss underneath the course is irreversible. Underneath the fairway, it's permanently lost. That's how we would generally assess these things in ECIA. That is a permanent, irreversible loss. A herbicide event is likely to be, were it to occur, which I know is unlikely, so I'm using lots of likelies and unlikelies, is reversible. It's not there permanently. It's not going to be a pesticide event every day for the lifetime of the golf course. So the effects, were they to occur, would be reversible. It's one of the problems with using a sort of like a matrix approach, is it can be quite clunky and not articulate things very clearly. And this is meant to summarise, as the table says there, the likelihood of these impacts, potential impacts occurring. And so we're saying that if it did occur, it's reversible.
Yes, but I think you can get my difficulty of understanding, because the table's supposed to be about the impact on the seed fly. The reversibility of the pollution event doesn't necessarily have anything to do with the effect on the seed fly, does that?
No, but it would be a one-off event localised in one area, and then it would never occur again, taking that as the hypothetical situation. So it's reversible in that it's not permanently lost. If that spray goes on that piece of ground, there's no permanent loss of that use of that site, assuming that the spray went on and, say, wiped out some ragwort that was being used by it. Maybe in 3 or 4 years' time, there'd be ragwort back. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, I think the reporters understand the point, but in a similar vein, but I'm guessing the answer is going to be the same, in terms of magnitude, that herbicide insecticide pollution event is down as negligible, but death isn't negligible, is it?
It's negligible to the population in terms of how you measure what's likely to die. So going back to the magnitude, we have, I forget what the table number was now. So levels of magnitude of change in table B19 on page 194. We talk about major, moderate, minor, and none. I also use high, medium, low, and negligible here because those terms tend to be interchangeable between ESs, and when people read them, it's quite helpful to see what it would be considered in other ESs. So in this sense, negligible means a very slight reduction in the status of a population. Reduction in the status isn't really a euphemism, but it means a very, very small number will die. So it's quite clear, it says mortality there. So it's a slight reduction. It's the sort of thing that you wouldn't be able to monitor, which is why it's often called negligible. And so the biologists struggle to monitor things that affect less than 1% of a species in terms of their population status because of lots of other demographic effects going on. So that's why it's called negligible. That's on the population. On the individual, yes, I accept that if it died, that's pretty irreversible.
Going back to your inquiry report, and moving on to your 3714, where you refer to the proposed long-term conservation management, and you say the requirements of Fonseca seed fly will be considered in 4 main ways. If we look, are the second, third and fourth not really all parts of the same thing? So it's not actually 4 ways, it's just 2 ways.
It's very easy to collect information and not do anything with it. Scientists and researchers are famous for it. So actually funding a study is only one part of the value of that study. That study must be made widely available and then its findings implemented. So hence the next bullet point of publishing that is a commitment. This is, I've referred to briefly earlier in the Wimbrel work that we did on the Viking wind farm. It's important if you make a commitment to do that you do that. And so I hope that it's accepted that when we say that that's something to do, that we try to follow it through. And then the response is the management response. If it turns out that Fonseca sea flies use a range of plants and not just ragwort, then we can manage the site, not just the golf course bit, but the whole of Coul Links, to try and benefit those species, if that's a conservation desired effect with SNH, because we'd have to do that with the SNH's agreement, of course. And I also think that because a lot of the site, so around Dornoch, where Fonseca sea fly occurs, is all managed always in relation to the golf course. So the golf community are welcoming this development. I can't promise anything, but I would imagine that if there's good guidance on how to manage for Fonseca seed fly, that there'll be receptive other landowners, and that this activity could actually result in a large proportion of the range, the known range, being managed permanently, or not managed beneficially in the future. But I didn't put that in as a hard output because I can't guarantee it. But I think it's highly likely, given the warm welcome that the golfing community up here have for the proposal.
The reporter touched on this with you earlier, but just to ask a slightly different question, the reporter touched on the fact that the research would be underway while the golf course is being constructed and brought into operation.
Yes.
Surely that devalues the research because it's being done while the species is potentially undergoing a period of change.
Wouldn't say it devalues the research. I think we're accepting that the golf course will result in a loss of some habitat, which may be of some benefit to a part of the Fonseca seed fly population. But there being unknowns doesn't stop decisions being made, and the view that I have is that getting that information as soon as possible is a very good idea, which is why I recommended it as a planning condition straight up. This would be the first thing that's done, so that we can change management and do things differently as quickly as possible. The client is offering money to do the work, so it could be literally done this season coming up if necessary.
Well, as the reporter noted, it's not necessarily the first year of the research which bears fruit in terms of the outputs. But to put the question in a different way, the research would be much more robust if it was done before the golf course construction started.
I can't accept that, because the word robust in science is something that is about the quality of the work that you do. The quality of the work will be the same. I think the point that you're raising, if I may be so bold, is that it might be better for Fonseca sea fly conservation if that work was done before the golf course was built. But the robustness of the work that is being done will be robust whenever it is done.
Well, I'll ask the question a different way because I don't want to upset the scientists. The output of the study will depend on the circumstances at the time of the study. So if the study was done before the golf course construction started, that provides an indication of the situation, whereas, as you're suggesting, if the research is done at the same time as the golf course development, what the research is looking at is the population at the same time as construction is going on.
I don't really follow that, maybe because I'm getting tired. But the research will be commissioned by independent scientists. I would hope it would be carried out at multiple sites, not just Coul links, because then you get a greater sample size and a greater chance of finding out the information you want. It should be done as soon as possible, because if the construction of the golf course doesn't happen until this autumn time, the work on Fonseca seed fly could be done this summer, and it could be found before the golf course is built. I just don't know the sequential elements of how that may proceed. That will also be determined by ministers if this thing goes ahead or not.
Well, I think we've maybe taken that as far as we can. Moving to a more specific issue, and again, in your inquiry report, going on this time to 3725.
Can I just ask Mr. Coul or Dr. Cosgrove, you mentioned getting tired there. Would you be assisted by a break at this point, just to refresh yourself? And
Yes,
yeah.
a 5-minute break would be good.
Okay, so I think we can take a 5-minute break. Thank you.
That's perfectly all right, sir. The break is always welcome. Dr. Cosgrove, your inquiry report at 3725 at the top of page 35.
Sorry, page 35 and 3725.
Yes.
Yeah.
You say there, it was considered that the deliberate avoidance of their likely preferred habitats would minimise potential adverse impacts and no likely significant effects on Lepidoptera were predicted. Furthermore, the proposed long-term conservation management of Coul links towards shorter vegetation sward height and removal of invasive species is likely to benefit these Lepidoptera.
Yes.
In relation specifically to the Fonseca seed fly, what impact will a shorter vegetation sward height have on the Fonseca seed fly?
Well, it depends what the food plant is. But at the moment, the rank vegetation is seen, from my limited understanding of the botany, to be likely to be detrimental. But we don't know for certain. So again, the adaptive management of finding out exactly what happens and where then you would focus your efforts in terms of management of say, grassland would follow.
The information supplied to me is that the Fonseca seed fly requires ragwort and sow thistle to complete its life cycle, and that those are both tall plants. So if that is the case...
I'm sorry, that's not the case. That's speculation. Nobody has ever found the larvae, well, to my knowledge and the knowledge that we've worked on, no one's ever found the larvae of the species at all. It is hypothetically possible or likely. I don't know. That's not the right set of words, but it's a possibility that they use those plants, but it's by no means certain, and it's not yet been established.
Okay. Well, to amend the question to those terms, if further research did show that the ragwort and sow thistle were important to the Fonseca seed fly, those are both tall plants, so the shorter vegetation sward height wouldn't benefit the Fonseca seed fly, would it?
We wouldn't have the universal management of short sward height across the entire site. There would be different management regimes in different areas, and this would be agreed with SNH. There's a lot of high vegetation that's unlikely to be suitable for Fonseca seed fly, birch, gorse, these kinds of things, and those are all going to be changed.
Finishing up on the Fonseca seed fly, if we go to your precognition, and it's paragraph 8.1. On the third line, you say a detailed conservation plan to be funded by the applicant for Fonseca's seed fly was provided in the ES. That's not actually the case, is it? There isn't a detailed conservation plan. There's the 4 bullet points we looked at.
Yes, that's the conservation plan summarised. So a fair reflection of that sentence would be a summary rather than a detailed. I accept that point.
It's not a summary of the plan, though, is it? It's a summary of the objectives of the plan.
In terms of conducting a study and then implementing the findings for conservation management, yeah, you could say that.
Turning then to Lepidoptera, and I'll apologise in advance if I slip into referring to butterflies and miss out moths, just before I get picked up by people in my client team. Taking your evidence as a whole, your comments on the Lepidoptera seem to proceed on the assumption that wherever the feed source plant occurs, the butterfly follows. Have you, in your assessment and the comments in your evidence, taken account of the microhabitat and microclimate considerations that are mentioned by Dr. Young in his evidence?
Not specifically, no.
Do you accept his evidence that it's overwhelmingly likely that the main Lepidoptera species at Coul Links lives as a metapopulation, or is that something which isn't really within your expertise?
It's not really within my expertise. I know about metapopulation dynamics and the processes that are involved in that, but I'm not a lepidopterist, and so I can't really offer any meaningful input into that conversation.
In your inquiry report at 3724, where you're dealing with the Lepidoptera, you say there SNH mentioned 3 Lepidoptera in their correspondence. You go then to look at them consecutively under the bullet points, and I wanted to look at the second bullet point, commenting on the small blue, and in the final sentence of that bullet point you say the small blue's food plant is the kidney vetch, which was recorded commonly across Coul Links, particularly in open dune habitats. Now that implies there's no need to be concerned about the impact on the small blue. Just to put to you Dr. Young's proposition, he'll tell us that there aren't small blues everywhere, that there is kidney vetch. If that is the case, would you agree that it's important to know where the small blues are on the site?
I would acknowledge that not every kidney vetch will have small blue on it. And in terms of the approach that was taken here, we looked at the totality of the food plant. Given SNH had determined there was no likely significant effect, but it was mentioned in dispatches, shall we say, there had to be some thought into the species, in my opinion, because if there are adverse effects, or if the golf course management could potentially adversely affect it, but not significantly, we are still obligated to try and find out how we can avoid adverse impacts, even if they're not significant. So I had looked at where's the food plant on the site, and it's wide occurrence across the site. So there was a view that, largely speaking, the food plant would be available. But I take the point that if it's only in one location, I don't know what that one location is.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cosgrove. That was all I had for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coller. Dr. Cosgrove, can I just, before I pass on to Mr. Campbell, can I just ask you one question?
Certainly.
Just which occurred in your exchange with Mr. Coller in relation to whether Fonseca seed flies should be national or international, and you gave an explanation in relation to other species which, if I understood it right, only occurred in Scotland, but nevertheless, the categorisation of them in those cases have been national.
Yes, so there were endemic species I was referring to that were similarly treated. That's correct.
So I guess, and apologies if there is a certain amount of daftness in this question, if the species only occurs in Scotland,
yes,
and let's say it's wiping it out completely would be a national effect in terms of this
yes,
characterisation in the ES, but it would presumably must also be an international effect because
if it's
it
gone
no longer
internationally
exists as a species. So
yes,
I just trying to understand the rationale for having a species which only exists in Scotland and only in such a small part of Scotland, how a national effect could not also be an international effect. That I was just struggling to understand that conceptually.
well, they're both, I mean, they're usually treated in ECIA in a similar way. National, if you've got an important receptor at national or international levels and the effects are at those levels, both of them will be considered significant under the EIA regulations.
So does that mean in terms of our weighting of impacts on the species, it wouldn't matter that much whether it's international or national?
Yeah, I would say that it doesn't really matter because a significant impact on a national or international one is a significant impact, and it's important to report that to ministers.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Campbell, are you ready to begin cross-examination?
No, I'm fine now. I just needed a little breather. I found myself drifting a little bit on the last question, and I thought it was impolite to do that. So, yes, absolutely.
By switching on the microphone. I'd like to begin, if I may, by thinking about scoping for the work you've done and to ask you some questions about that. Could you take up, first of all, NC 105, please, which is a letter from Scottish Natural Heritage to the Planning Authority dated the 1st of August 2016. There are a number of letters in the bundle in the clip.
Letter dated 1st of August 2016.
Thank you. I'll try not to jump about too much through the documents, but we'll have to do a little bit of that.
Okay.
You can see that this is a response to the Planning Authority.
Yes.
From SNH. And can you see on the second page, after introducing the interests that they want to see addressed in your environmental impact assessment, at 3.1, top of the second page, evaluation of significance of environmental effects, we welcome that the ES will consider direct, indirect, secondary and cumulative effects as well as the duration of the effect. That reflects the regulation, doesn't it? Mm-hmm. Not quite exactly, but it reflects the content in the regulation.
Yes. Yes.
Moving into the detail of this, at the top of the third page, little d, Loch Fleet SSI, sand dune. The sand dune vegetation survey should be undertaken by someone who is experienced in surveying this habitat. In addition, the survey should employ British Plant Communities Volume 5, which is the published guidance. The data provided for the environmental statement should allow us to overlay NVC survey results with our existing mapping data sets. Therefore, mapping should be properly referenced and in a format that can be read with the GIS system, ArcGIS. Now,
if this is a question about mapping in GIS.
Well, first of all, it's a question about surveying.
Okay.
You don't present the identity, in the documentation you don't present the identity of your surveyors, do you?
I'd have to check, but I can tell you the identity of the main surveyor.
Well, you can tell me if you want, but
It's Dr. Kate Massey.
Dr. Massey and Mr. Potter, I think.
Yes.
Is that right? Someone who is experienced in surveying this habitat. That's what the requirement was.
Yes.
Are they experienced in surveying dune habitat?
Dr. Massey is, and she did the dune areas.
Why was that information just not presented? And this is a requirement of SNH.
It just wasn't mentioned. It didn't seem to be important in the write-up. And SNH didn't pick up on it and ask. It just wasn't presented.
Of course, I take your word for it that Dr. Massey's experienced.
Yes.
But wouldn't it be helpful to know the depth of that experience, the location of that experience, the number of sites that she has surveyed, that kind of pedigree information?
You could do, but we didn't provide that for the bird surveyors. You can provide that information, but it's not always required.
You did provide it for the Phase 1 Habitat Survey, Dr. Massey again and Mr. Potter. Is it just an omission, or is it not important, do you think?
Who did specifically the sand dune areas? Or you mean?
Well, in the Phase 1 Habitat NBC survey of the groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystems, terrible phrase.
It is a tongue twister.
We know that Dr. Massey and Mr. Potter were identified as a surveyor. So we're immediately able to reach a view about whether or not they're an experienced hand on the tiller of this survey. And that may matter. Turns out it does matter in this case because there are major differences between my clients and Alba College's work in relation to the extent of the surveying that was done.
Yes.
So we can record, can we, that Dr. Massey and Mr. Potter were the surveyors who did the work.
You specifically raised a simulation to the sand dune, and I would say that was Dr. Massey on the sand dune.
Now, going back to NC 105, if you could move over to the 5th page.
So NC 105.
They're not numbered, I'm afraid.
Okay, it's 5th page, right. Yeah.
Neither the pages nor the paragraphs are numbered. But
is that the one that starts at the top, biodiversity from sucker seed fly?
That's it,
yeah.
Reading down to the 3rd paragraph, the impacts of this proposal should be assessed against each appropriate SSI feature as outlined in our previous responses. The assessment should conclude whether the proposed golf course will affect the integrity of the SSI interests. Now, just pausing there. In your evidence this morning to my learned friend Ms. Wilson and subsequently to my learned friend Mr. Mackay, you talked quite a lot about identifying significant effects, significant impacts, likely significant effects. You used all of these phrases. What the author of this letter is looking for is, I think, something different. He's looking for whether the proposed golf course will affect the integrity of the SSI interest. So what did you understand by that request?
In terms of that, the assessment should consider the SSI as a whole, and I guess that picks up on the point about looking at, rather than focusing on single things, looking at the bigger picture for a series of the features on the site.
So you would say that it was, if you like, an assembly of features?
Yes, I'd say it was an assembly of features.
And what did you think you were being asked to make a judgment about?
Integrity is whether, in terms of whether the site would change sufficiently that would affect biological processes and those kinds of things. Integrity, there's an integrity assessment test which SNH provide information on.
We saw in the first reference that that's on the top of page 2, that the statement should consider direct, indirect, secondary and cumulative effects. Now, I can see where you have identified individual significant impacts, both botanical and also ornithological. I can see where you've done that. I can't see quite so easily in the work where you've considered the integrity of the SSI as a whole. Where do you say you've done that, taking into account indirect impact?
Taking into account indirect impacts, so that's the summary at the end of what we consider the likely significant effects will be on the designated site features. There's a section on designated sites where we looked at the features in DES. So we have a look at DES. Section 5.5.3.4, page 2.1.
Sorry, again,
so this is the ES chapter, and it's on page 214. Yes. So this is the ecology chapter, and it's, yeah.
Start again. Have we gone further than collating the significant impacts, looking at the integrity of the SSSI as a whole, to make a judgment or enable a judgment to be made about the effect of the golf course on the SSSI?
I think that's what section 5.5.3.4 does.
Again, please.
That's page 214, the potential impacts on designated sites. It pulls together and identifies the management objectives for the site and the features and goes through them. It tries to pull them together in one place so that you can see all these disparate parts from the rest of the ES where it comes together and they are outlined, and that's where we identified for all things other than Juneheath, non-significant.
So that's where your evidence, as it were, comes together in relation to the impact of the golf course, the golf proposal rather, as a whole. That's
mine in terms of the ECIA elements. Going back to the original letter about exploring direct, indirect, secondary and cumulative effects, that was for the entire ES team, so there were big elements there, cumulative effects of pesticides and things which I didn't look at. So, and some of these things may well be relevant to other disciplines more than mine.
The reason I'm asking you these questions is to ask you if you still rely on that collection of material in Chapter 5 in your evidence today.
I do, and obviously other materials that are provided in my inquiry statement.
Could I go back to the scoping letter, please, at 105 again? Turning the page to the second, as it were, second part of the letter. Annex A is a copy of a letter addressed to Bill Sheridan.
Yes.
Can you see in the first numbered paragraph, vegetation and habitat surveys?
Yes.
It is important that the vegetation survey follows the baseline NBC survey as amended by Tom Dargy through the Sand Dune Vegetation Survey of Scotland. These reports should be used as an important reference and should help to make maximum use of your Coul Links habitat survey and subsequent output. It's the author's word, not yours, but he requires you or requests you to use it as an important reference. How did you do that?
I'm not the author of that, so I didn't do that, so I can't answer specifically how the botanist did that. I might suggest that Dr. McMullen might be able to help.
Well, if you're punting the question on to Dr. McMullen, that's fine. We'll ask him tomorrow or whenever he gives evidence. What I want to know in particular is whether you used the methodologies described in that work from 1994 or 5, I think it is.
I should imagine so, because SNH were happy with the work that we did.
Again, sorry.
I should imagine so, because SNH were happy with the work that we did.
This work was done in 2016. The earlier surveys were done in the mid-90s, 1994, 95.
I understand.
Can we find in the environmental statement any analysis of changes over that 22-year period?
Analysis of changes of what?
In the ecological state of things as you found them in this survey. This is a sand dune survey.
Yes, there are some analyses of things like the changes in dune heath, the changes in invasive species, the changes in time of gorse, of bracken.
It would be helpful to be able to see, or it might be helpful to be able to see, an experienced surveyor having looked at matters in 1994 and your own experienced surveyor looking at matters again in 2016, it would be helpful to see some sort of comparison or comparative table, I'm sure you'd agree with me, to see how matters have changed over that period.
Well, changes and matters of the baseline. I mean, firstly, we're here to determine the baseline as it is at the time of the assessment. That's the first important thing. And then we did identify changes in key habitats that we could do, and quite a bit of that was done with aerial photography. But again, I'm not a botanist, and I don't want to put words in the mouth of the botanist about what comparisons were done.
Last question, I think, in relation to, perhaps not quite the last, the scoping letter. We go back to it again. The next page, the last paragraph, Mr. Patterson welcomes the commitment to provide a scoping report.
Sorry, I don't know which page we're looking at. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Start back at the first page, which is to Mr. Robertson at the Highland Council.
5, 6. 7th page.
Right. So the final one with David Patterson, his name at the bottom. Yeah.
The paragraph headed concluding comments. Last paragraph. We welcome your commitment to provide an EIA scoping report to Highland Council. Do you know where that scoping report is?
No.
I ask you because I've not been able to find it in the inquiry papers.
No, I don't know. I can't speak on behalf of David Patterson or Mr. Robertson, so no is the answer.
The letter that we've been looking at was addressed to Bill Sheridan, who's the director of Golder Associates, who were at that time instructed in this case.
Yes.
Did you succeed them or did you work alongside them?
I worked alongside them, so I was literally employed before anybody else, I think.
Yeah. So,
well, I mean, assuming I take it that the golf course architects were employed before me.
But you see, scoping is pretty fundamentally important, isn't it?
It is,
because
yes.
Everything that follows from a scoping direction or scoping report will find its way probably into the environmental statement.
It's important, and it's an important ongoing process. So
yes, indeed.
You don't relate just to a single letter. You keep regular contact, and you speak to your. It's one of the important things about having a relationship with the people in the key organisations you work with, so that scooping is an ongoing process whereby if something else comes up and they want to see something added or surveyed, then you know about it. You don't assume it's a one-off event.
You can't help me then where the scoping report is.
No.
Turning one more page, please. This time, Mr. Patterson's writing to Mr. Bob Robertson, the planning officer.
This is the one, 15th of September.
That's right. That's the 15th of September. And here he's addressing additional issues which need to be scoped into the environmental statement. In his summary, the first bullet point, the impact to dune hydrology, which may affect the function of the dune slack habitats. A little lower down, after comments on the scoping addendum, dune hydrology, Donna Firth and Lochfleet SPA and Lochfleet SSI. The relevant guidance and advice section should include legislation. It is possible he says, that the development could affect the subsoil hydrology, which may contribute to recharging water bodies on cool links that support waterfowl, and dune slack habitats. We would like to highlight that groundwater is considerably more complex than surface water within dune systems. The hydrology report provided by Golder does not provide any information on subsoil hydrology. This indicates that work on groundwater is required to fully understand whether the development could affect the hydrological function of protected areas. Sorry, didn't read that badly. Protected area interests. Useful information can be found within, and then there's a citation. Where is the work that direction required to be done?
I'm not the correct witness to answer questions on dune hydrology at all.
No, but we're in the SSSI, and you're the...
regardless of being in the SSSI, I'm not a dune hydrologist.
Sorry, let me finish the question, if you don't mind.
Sorry.
We're in the SSSI. You are the senior hydrologist, as you've told us a number of times. You've been... senior ecologist, my fault. You've been employed longer than anybody else.
Yes.
So I think it's, I hope you'll agree, not unreasonable for me to ask you where this information is. And if you want to punt this on to Mr. Bowie, who's got perhaps a better grip of the hydrology issues, then please say so, and that's fine. We can move on.
Yes, I'd pass that on to Mr. Bowie.
Okay.
I think we're referring to Dr. Barry.
Sorry, Dr. Bowie.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Bowie.
I beg his pardon. I'm asking you the question because within the environmental statement, I don't see reference to groundwater studies, for want of a better shorthand phrase. I don't see reference to groundwater studies in the scoping list in the environmental statement.
Groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystems were identified and considered in the ES, but studies of the groundwater environment, for want of a better description or feature, were dealt with by hydrologists. So by hydrologists, at the best dealt with by Dr. Barry answering that.
I'd like to move on now. I'm conscious that you've been there a long time and we want to try and finish you today. I'd like you to take up, this may take a moment to get these documents, but I'd like you to take up 4 maps, 139, 140, 141 and 142. That's CD 139, CD 140, 141 and 42. And these questions are about mapping dune slack areas. So if we could just pause while you get those, or they're brought to you.
Oh, sorry to interrupt on the subject of documents, but Mr. Thomason's just passed me the EIA scoping report, which is one of the coalition's documents, number 5, in the general references, I believe.
I'm much obliged, thank you. It's passed me by, and of course I accept responsibility for that, but that's helpful, thank you very much.
That's NC5.
No, it's the Coalition Conservation Group, so it's CC5 in their general list of references.
Again, I'm not qualified to talk about dune slack identification and mapping. That's something I would pass on to Dr. McMullen. I consider the plant communities in the dune slack areas to be a botanical issue. So I'm not a botanist, and I don't want to give the impression I'm botanically competent in that sense.
My cards are all on the table, Dr. Cosgrove, so I'll just tell you, I found some inconsistencies among these maps which I want explained. Now, you could try if you want, or you can pass it on to Dr. McMullen. I don't mind.
I'll pass that on to Dr. McMullen.
Right. May I just... Would you mind if I just took a moment to... Would you take up your own inquiry report, please?
Can I get rid of the maps?
Well, you can now, because you're not going to answer any questions about them.
There would be short answers.
No, I'm quite happy if you are able to answer questions about them, then I will ask the questions. But if you're not,
I'm not.
then there's no point in
No,
taking
there
up
isn't.
Perhaps half an hour with these questions.
I think. Do you want me to keep 105 around? Or?
Please, yes.
Okay.
Will you take up your inquiry report, please?
Yes.
A general question first, please, about your inquiry report and your recognition. You're pretty uncompromising in your criticism of Dr. Dargy and his approach to the evidence that is being presented by not Coul.
Yes.
You don't find anything in his work which seems to be even remotely acceptable to you. You don't seem to even acknowledge that he has a point. Is that taking a balanced view of his work?
That he has no point?
Well, trying to depersonalize the argument a little bit.
Yes. No.
Not Coul has presented a range of evidence, which
yes.
some of which flies in the face of Alba's presentation,
Yes.
some of which is critical,
Yes.
both as to quality and quantity.
Yes, I didn't find any of it supportive or reflective. I found it one-directional in its comments.
Right. So could we record your evidence as being that you can't find or haven't found anything in Dr. Dargy's work which you found merited close consideration and which might itself have merit?
We gave it close consideration when Dr. Dargy's work suggested that we had incorrectly mapped habitats. A great deal of time and effort was spent looking at Dr. Dargy's work. And so I would say that we found a number of flaws in the approach that Dr. Dargy had taken in his comparisons. And so we felt that the methods used were either not well explained or poor, and so we didn't consider the data to be particularly reliable. Not always, but that was a feeling. You asked me for my general response.
Now, you would have first seen this vein of criticism in the objection to the application before it came into the Minister's control, as it were.
Yes, and I was aware of the Not Coul website as well, so I saw quite a lot of that.
Well, leave the website out of it for the moment, because we might come back to that. But just thinking about the objections, the first objection, I think in November 2017, it's a long document with several annexes.
Yes.
With detailed data. I haven't found in your response to that any sort of item-by-item response to it. Your response is, if I may say so, straight from the shoulder, and doesn't look at Dr. Dargy's work as if it was if you like, a competing scientific evaluation.
Correct.
All right. Well, as long as we know your position then, we can move on from that. The second objection, which followed later, met with the same sort of response, I think, from you. Is that right?
Well, generally, I consider that I have to present my data and my team's data in an objective and balanced manner. I have to present the assumptions that I use, and I have to be able to defend my work and its integrity, and I will not seek to compare and contrast with others' work unless absolutely necessary, unless required to. And if a third-party objector argues or criticises or compares their work in what I would consider to be a flawed manner, that is their business. You'll find that I've been very professional and not entered into any personalised responses. I have simply, to the best of my ability, ignored it when I felt I didn't need to deal with it.
I dare say, although I don't speak for him, at least not today, I dare say Dr. Dargy would say the same thing.
Absolutely, and he is absolutely entitled to his opinion, and he's absolutely entitled to be concerned about this very important site.
And you recognise that he has a pedigree in this area?
Absolutely.
Inquiry report, please, and could you go to paragraph 3.4.2, which you will find on page
22.
Electronic page 23, I think.
3.4.2.
Yeah, internal page 22. May I take you to paragraph 3.4.2 and read with you, there has been ongoing criticism from Not Coul regarding the assessment of potential impacts on the water environment, which the applicant, its advisors and SEPA consider have been satisfactorily addressed. SEPA's advice was accepted by the Highland Council. Not Coul invented and then reported on non-existent groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystem habitats in their further objection, lodged in May of 2018. On page 33, it is stated that MG13 is a wet grassland GWDTE. This NVC community is not listed by SEPA guidance as a potential GWDTE and is not considered by SEPA to be one, and so on. Now, whether recognised by SEPA or not, Dr. Dargy had correctly identified the physical characteristics of an area which is a GWTTE. Is that not correct?
I don't know. I'm not a botanist and I can't comment on GWTEs. But my understanding is that that's not a groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystem as defined by the regulator. But beyond that, I can't comment.
You're not a grassland expert then? You don't,
No.
You wouldn't know an MG13 if it hit you in the face, would you?
Quite.
Right. There's a classification called UK TAG, TAG, and there's a classification called sniffer, and they're separated by a number of years. And in one, this typology, MG13, is recognised in parts of the UK but not Scotland, and in another, it's recognised in all parts of the UK. But the bottom line has to be, I would suggest, that the area has the physical characteristics which would allow it to be so described.
I don't want to argue with something that I'm not qualified to comment on.
A typology to record in a survey, and I'm sure you've done hundreds, then the first place we look, of course, is in the physical on the ground, isn't
So
it?
you were saying I've done hundreds of typology surveys. Sorry, maybe I missed what you said.
Sorry, try again. When you're doing a survey,
Yes.
the first place you look is on the ground. You
Uh,
ask
wait,
yourself,
so-
what am I looking... Sorry, let me finish.
Yeah.
You ask myself, what are you looking at? What am I looking at? And you would record it, no doubt, approximately to begin with.
Are we talking about a botanical survey here? Or,
Yes.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Indeed. You would say to yourself, what kind of grassland is this? And you would map it. You would say to yourself, this looks like a GWDTE. Perhaps it is, perhaps it isn't. You talk to a colleague, you exchange emails, you take photographs, do all the things that a good surveyor would do.
Yes.
Now, isn't that what Dr. Dargy has done in this particular instance?
I don't know. I can't comment. But the comments I got from my team and from SEPA, in that they agreed that they had spotted the mistakes as they saw them. That's all I'm reporting in there.
Yeah.
Anything more than that, as I say, I repeat, I'm really uncomfortable trying to pass myself off as a botanist when I made it clear that I'm not one.
But this is your document.
It's my document, and I'm reporting on the issues that had been raised.
Let me ask the question.
Sorry.
This is your document.
It is, yes.
And your name's on it.
It
so
is.
You're speaking for a team effort here.
I am.
Yeah. But you've used the word not cool invented and then reported on non-existent habitats. Now, it smells like fraud. It looks a little bit like an allegation of fraud. Is that what it is?
I don't know. I don't know what
don't
the
know.
mistake is. Was this a mistake? I mean, I know I'm not asking you questions, but the issue here is I'm not qualified to talk on groundwater-dependent terrestrial ecosystems. Yes, it's in my report, but that's because it reflects the interest of the reporters in covering all things. And there are going to be some areas in here that I am unable or uncomfortable talking about because of my competencies.
There can be differences of opinion
Yes, there can.
between reasonable men or among reasonable men and women, and there can be allegations of deceit. You've used the word inventive. Just let me ask the question, please, before you rush to an answer. Okay? There can be allegations of deceit which all scientists are bound to take seriously, particularly if they have a long pedigree. And my eye fell on the word invented. And you'll see why, because of the questions I'm asking. Are you saying, is your team saying, that Dr. Dargy has fabricated evidence for the survey which he presented as part of Not Cool's objection?
We are not saying he fabricated evidence.
Can we then look together, please, at the word inventive and see if we can find a substitute word? which
I'm happy to do that.
You're happy to do that?
Yes.
Could I suggest that it might read, Not Cool has reported on habitats which we consider to be non-existent, or some language of that kind?
I would be happy with that choice of words.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll, out of the inquiry, propose a new sentence there, and Miss Wilson can tell me if she agrees with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. dare say you would accept that it's legitimate, even though it's approved by SEPA, it's legitimate to look at Alba's mapping work with a critical eye to see if it corresponds with one's own impression and one's own experience of the site.
Oh, yes, that's an appropriate thing to do, yes.
Dr. Cosgrove, thank you very much. I've got no more questions for you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. I'll just have to look through them. We have perhaps 2 or 3 questions just for clarification to ask before I pass you back to Ms. Wilson. It would be good if we were able to finish, and no doubt you would agree, if we were able to finish your evidence today, but I don't know if you have any indication, Ms. Wilson, whether that's a likely prospect or not in terms of how long you think re-examination might take.
So I would think it would take about half an hour, but there's a particular point that I still need to speak to Dr. Massey about. I haven't had the opportunity to talk it through with her, which I would need clarification on.
So perhaps if we just take 5 minutes now to allow you to do that, and then we can start up again with our questions and then move back to your re-examination. Okay, thank you. Restart. We just have 2 or 3 questions, Dr. Cosgrove. There was an exchange. There was questions about bird surveys and the acknowledgement that these always provide a snapshot in time.
Yes.
And there is evidence from RSPB, for example, other surveys that RSPB staff members or volunteers have done. So, is there anything in that evidence that, I'm trying to put this in a hypothetical, that would, had it been your evidence, for example, or had you done surveys which had similar results, is there anything there which might have led you, do you think, to reach different conclusions about the significance or the lack of significance about any effects on SPA birds or other birds from the development?
There was nothing in the evidence that would make me change my position. I think there's a recognition that the birds can and occasionally do use wider areas than they will in some years. There may well be some dry years where there's hardly any birds there at all, and there'll be some very wet years where the water may even be greater than in the sort of standard dune slack areas. It's always possible in exceptional circumstances. So birds can move in those situations. But I think the greater sort of lesson learned is that, or the greater message I would say, is that if you take away the significant disturbance that is going during the winter time, you create the conditions that if the birds use wider areas later on, they're less likely to fly away because they've become habituated to people. So my feeling is that the cessation of shooting is essential to that whole aspect, and that should the birds use wider areas, or maybe I'm putting words in your mouth, but if the birds are getting closer to where the golfers are, for example, if they're not scared and they don't see Coul lynx as part of a fair landscape, then the issues of disturbance are negligible, really, in that kind of sense, because birds will just get habituated.
Okay, thank you. And that probably answers the first point, I suppose, I was thinking about in the winter, whether it was 100 birds versus 500 birds, or whatever the numbers were. But the second question I was going to ask was about the fact that, leaving aside the December to March period, there might be birds, or there have been birds in the dune slack areas out with those months. But you've already said that you don't think that the presence of golfers would lead to undue disturbance.
No, I mean, I spent quite a lot of early mornings and evenings out there watching the way the birds behaved, and they flew between different patches of dune slacks quite regularly without anybody disturbing them. That was when I could get near enough to watch them, but they weren't being disturbed, because they would fly off at a great distance from people. So they have other feeding opportunities on the site. So if there was something going on, say, at the south end, and there are half a dozen birds there, I think they would, if they were disturbed, they would move up to the mid-June, so to the mid-June slack areas, as they would find alternative areas that were quiet in those situations. But none of that would constitute sort of significant disturbance. I just call that sort of birds just moving around within that area. But they are leaving the entire Coul links when shooting's going on and flying off and not coming back for hours and hours.
What if the activity of the golfers spread into areas where currently people aren't attracted? So aren't attracted. So at the moment, would it be fair to say that the activity in the area would be generally along the beach or along the dunes, but not a lot of activity within the dune heath?
So my understanding is that, and I think Mr. Haspel, is going to be talking about golfers' behaviour and golf people's behaviour, so families or colleagues or whoever, and he's probably best positioned to answer questions like that. I asked Mr. Haspel if golfers at the end of the day would, say, go walk up the beach to the point. This was one of the questions, and he said that they would be very tired, or words to that effect, after 18 holes of golf, and so there'd be very minimal role of them sort of going away from the golf course and onto the other parts of the site, because once you've done 18 holes, you're tired. Was that what you were asking? Or
Not really. I was thinking even a tired golfer might hit a ball not in the direction they intended to.
Yes.
And if the ball went off the fairway,
yes.
And is there a risk to? Are you concerned about the issue of bird disturbance if golfers might be entering areas that currently aren't entered?
This is something that I've discussed with Mr. Haspel. If a ball is hit off-piste, is that off-piste? I don't know. That's into beyond what I would call the normal rough, like way out or whatever. And let's say that area is it's got water in it. Mr. Haspel was talking to me about the fact that responsible golf courses with caddies and with signage, and this is going to be responsible users, I would argue, because of the type of clientele we're getting, and the staff will be highly trained. That ball is just out. That ball is lost. You don't go and get it. So I think that because there's people, staff on site when golf is being played, if there are sensitive areas, it could be breeding birds in the breeding season. It doesn't have to be wintering birds or autumnal birds or whatever. The caddies and the sort of the guidance and the inductions would indicate that you leave those areas alone, and because they may potentially be changing on a weekly or monthly basis, the presence of people on site would pick up those sensitive areas. So again, I would anticipate that through the recreational access management plan and the actual course rules about how you play, that I wouldn't anticipate that being a very major event. But I take your point, because my logic was about the routine use of an area, and that is what the birds get used to. And somebody just running off after a ball 100 yards that way, that wouldn't be routine, and that would cause disturbance.
Okay, thank you. The final thing we were going to ask relates to Fonseca's seed fly. Now, in Mr McAdam's recognition, I think, and I don't think we need to look at it, but he does at 4.6 of that recognition refer to an SNH memo, which I wanted to look at that for a moment. So that's CC15. In fact, let me make sure I've got that reference.
Sir, if you're looking for CC15, it's 926 on the PDF.
In the PDF we have, it's page 935. I appreciate you might have all these documents separately, but when I can find it, it's an internal memo to David Patterson. In fact, it's two memos to David Patterson of SNH from a person whose name I'm going to mispronounce. Atiadi Tonhaska is how it reads to me, but it's a memo dated the 13th of October 2016, and then a subsequent memo dated the 27th of October 2017.
No, I don't. Sorry, I was waiting for it, but maybe you should have intimated that. Thank you. Okay, so CC15. I've got so the memo dated 13th of October.
Yeah, that's the first one.
Yeah, that's the first one, and and the second one is the 27th of October. Yes, I have those both in front of me.
Although that seems to be the following year, unless there's just a typo.
Oh, it's
yeah. So in October 2016, remind me, what stage are we at that point in terms of the process of the application?
So we've had October 16, we've had pre-application, we've had scoping. SNH have asked Alba Ecology to undertake Fonseca seafly surveys and to provide them with advanced copy of the report, as in not wait until the end of submission, so that they can look at it and see whether there needs to be more work done. And we have done the surveys and provided. There's no evidence of that there, but they're saying that they've read it, so we would have provided an interim copy to them. So that's the stage we're at.
So at that stage, SNH have seen your report or a version of it, and
yes.
and this. Yes. That's generated this internal email about it.
Yes, that's right.
And then the second memo there in the next page is it seems to be a year later. Now, that's October 2017. So has the work that you've done changed in that process? Is this commenting on new information, or are you able to say that?
No, after we did the work in 2016 on the seed fly, as far as I'm aware, no one else has done any other work. So the differences between a draft report, which we may have sent, and a final report would be a couple of typos type thing, not any substantial changes. We had no new information, so they would have reflected, basically the final version would reflect the draft to be very similar.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to read out or point to a couple of passages in these memos which I've noted, and just ask if you get any comments on that, or indeed in the rest of the memo, because it may be that I'm not picking out the bits that you would pick out. But in that first memo of the 13th of October 2016, just for example, in the first paragraph near the end, I think the last sentence, it says, "However, I disagree with the suggestion that the northeast corner of the site is relatively more important because the 3 females were found there. Sample size was way too small for such a conclusion." In the second paragraph, it's in the middle of that paragraph, I estimated roughly that at least 30% of this potential habitat will be lost.
Okay.
So,
firstly, I think we were tentative in suggesting that area in the accreting dune front further in the north was potentially important. We had evidence, we collected data from our transects in that area, and we found the fly there, and in other parts we didn't. So I think we felt it's pretty hard with a sample size of only 4 to make any definitive conclusions, but we found them in that area, so I think the definitive conclusion was there are Fonseca seed flies in this area. And based on the work that Gibbs did to the south of the area, that type of habitat accorded with where Gibbs found most of his samples. So we felt it wasn't pushing the envelope, shall we say, too much to say that this is probably an important area. It also accorded with the area that I tried to get the golf course architect to leave alone for all sorts of other reasons. But at the time here, that's what we felt. There is also there's a comment there about dispersal from Embo dunes at this time from the and from other correspondence that we saw that was circulated. Dr. Tonhaska seemed to have some mistaken views that Fonseca sea fly only occurred at Embo, and she didn't acknowledge at this time North Dornoch Sands, Dornoch Dunes, Dornoch Point as other areas for it. So I think him, I don't know the person. Their knowledge was being developed, shall we say, at the time. Or developing would be better phrase.
Okay, thank you. I was going to read a couple of other points, and not so much to ask you to respond to each of the points in detail, although you can if you wish. It was more about, I suppose, the tenor of the email, or the general conclusions to be drawn from it, or the general conclusions that its author makes, because also this is part of a process of SNH responding to you, and I also wanted to give you the chance to give any observations about where this sits within SNH's
early days, because there's I don't no idea where they get the 30% of Coul Links habitats will be lost, or potential habitat will be lost. I don't think there's any factual basis for that whatsoever at the time. But yes, the whole idea that it now only occurs at Coul dunes and Embo dunes is mistaken.
So, perhaps that Dr. Tonhaska's knowledge was growing in that period. So if we just go down to the second memo then, which is the 27th of October 2017, and
yes.
Just right at the bottom, it says, well, there's much more detail in that second email, but ultimately the conclusion is that the enterprise in fact threatens, although at an unknown probability level, a substantial proportion of the known global range of the Fonseca seed fly. wonder if you've got any comments to that, or,
Well,
and was that still SNH's position ultimately in responding
No,
to
it
the
wasn't.
planning
It wasn't
application?
their position ultimately in responding. They didn't consider that there was a likely significant effect on this species, and so presumably they didn't think there would be, or they'd not think, they'd assessed that there was not going to be a moderate or major impact. There is also quite a lot of conjecture in the bottom here about changes to water, use of fertilisers, insecticides, herbicides and fungicides, which we had assessed as probably, go back to Mr. Haspel's evidence that proper practitioners following good practice on golf courses and such as those managed by Mr. Haspel are not going to be spilling those things out wider than the course area. So I think that the direct impacts underneath the actual course layout are the ones that are, should we say, of most concern or of most relevance.
Okay, thank you very much.
Obviously, this is one of the detailed commentaries on the Fonseca seed fly on behalf of SNH. Now, you're saying they ultimately reached a different position. Can you tell us what made them change their mind?
I don't know. I didn't have a conversation with them, but in terms of their objections, if they thought there was going to be a likely significant effect on an endemic species, they would have said so. And they didn't say so. I've not been involved in any FOI of all of SNH's conversations in the matter, so I don't know. I just simply have to go on what I've worked with, and I didn't go and ask them, did you agree with our assessment? I read that they weren't objecting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cosgrove. That's all our questions, so I'll pass you back to Ms. Wilson.
Dr. Cosgrove, at the start of your cross-examination that was carried out on behalf of SNH, you were asked a number of questions about the managed rough and whether it was included within the habitat loss. Could you look, please, at CD 2.19? It'll be provided to you.
This is a letter, Dear Ms. Webster.
Yes, that's right. 19th February 2018 from SNH to the Planning Authority. And if we see, to put this in context, there's a summary. Our previous advice to you dated 24th November 2017 remains unchanged in relation to our position on the sand dune interest. And then Annex A gives a review of direct footprint impacts from the management of the managed rough. If you turn over into Annex A, please.
Yep.
And the first bullet point provides a summary of where it is that SNH got to, and it said there that after mitigation, the final impact figure drops from 14.9 to 13.4, and cross-reference to the site integrity assessment. And then do you see under the assessment, there's reference to the golf course management plan and the 3 different roughs that are identified.
Yes.
And these are related to the environmental statement.
Yes.
And then the next paragraph says the semi and cut rough areas as above have been included as direct loss impact on the SSSI sand dune habitat, as these areas are immediately adjacent to tees, greens and fairways. The only area which has been questioned by the developer is the impact of the managed rough, which is located furthest away from the tees, greens and fairways. The results of the managed rough assessment are presented below. And this is SNH's table that shows the effects of dune habitats from management of the managed deep cut rough.
Yes.
So we can see from the totals under the heading or in the column readjusted area impacted by golf course. And the second column, size of area within deep cut rough. Do you see a total for Dune Heath?
No.
Well, if you look down at the
Oh yes,
fourth
so yes,
row,
so yes, 8.5.
if you look at the fourth row, we have Dune Heath total.
Yes, 8.5 brackets Preve 8.5.
So yes, that figure indicates that that's not changed.
That's
that figure's
correct.
not changed.
Yes.
And what do you take from the fact that 2.62 of Dune Heath total is identified as being within the deep cut rough?
I would consider that to be what we called the managed rough, the area that will be modified rather than lost. So I would consider that to be habitat modification, not habitat loss. And that was the assumption that we used in the way that we calculated our land take metrics.
But from the figures there, 850 not changing and not being reduced, SLH didn't agree with you?
No, they didn't. They didn't agree with us on that.
You asked some questions in relation to the benefits regarding the expansion of Dune Heath. To what can you give an indication to the reporters as to whether or not Dune Heath is expanding at the same rate as the areas affected by the invasive species?
Oh, I
So
don't
just
know.
before that question is answered, it depends, of course, over the time frame. So it would be
Yeah.
great for Lynn Friend if she can make clear over what time frame the question relates to.
I was going to say the same thing. I'm not sure what time frame.
If you take the time frame of the aerial photograph comparisons.
Right, yes, there's been a pretty consistent increase in Dune Heath during the periods of the aerial photographs.
Yes, I think the question that I asked you is whether the Dune Heath expands at the same rate, or was it noted to expand at the same rate as the invasive species?
I don't know.
Now, a number of points were put to you under reference to Mr. Taylor's evidence. and it was suggested that Mr. Taylor had accepted there was no scientific basis that the translocation worked in the long term. As far as we're concerned, we have a reference to Mr. Taylor looking at a document produced by SNH 17, who's asked certain questions. Could you have that in front of you, please?
Again, sir, a matter of accuracy, the question related to in-heath translocation, whereas this paper relates to European lowland heaths.
Just looking at the abstract of that article.
Yes, so the abstract's focusing on restoration of lowland heath.
In your opinion, does it have a relevance to this project?
Yes, lowland heath is quite similar to dune heath in its sort of general locality and altitudinal range, and broadly speaking, as a large habitat. Yes, I would say so.
Now, during the questions that were put to you in relation to the mitigation hierarchy, you made reference to the new guidance.
Yes, I did.
Sign. That's NC-156, if you could have that.
Oh, it's a bit high-tech for me.
This is good. There's a mouse. It'll be fine. If you can switch it on like that.
Thank you.
Do you understand this to be the new guidance compared to the one that you lodged and referred to in your evidence, APP 2.13?
Yes, I do. It's very, very new guidance.
I think it was lodged by Coul just very shortly before the
Yeah, it's
inquiry
only
commenced.
just come out.
And just looking at the executive summary, first of all, do we see that there's a sentence that's emboldened that says BNG does not apply to statutory designated sites or irreplaceable habitats?
Is that at the bottom?
Yes.
It's the plus and the minus aren't.
No, again.
Right.
Cool.
I broke it.
You have to get your best glasses on for this one. It's not clicking.
I don't know. try again on this one. Thank you.
Sorry, sir, we've only got one paper copy.
So executive summary.
And if you go to the last paragraph on the page,
Yes, yeah.
if you could just read out the paragraph after that statement about BNG not applying to the
Yes.
statutory designated
So
sites.
this guide advises that the impacts on statutory designated sites or irreplaceable habitats are avoided where possible. Any impacts should be addressed as fully as possible by adhering to the mitigation hierarchy, as well as legislative and policy requirements on a case-by-case basis, usually in collaboration with the planning decision maker and the statutory nature conservation advisor.
From your reading of this document, do we find any explanation of that statement that BNG does not apply to statutory designated sites?
It does. There's a section later on that identifies that, and I would read that. There's a policy shift here now that this kind of work, if it's in a designated site, shouldn't be called biodiversity net gain. I think that's the shift.
Should it be taken into account?
Yes, absolutely, it should be taken into account. I think it's more a badging issue, or in the sense that when we did the work in 2016 on biodiversity net gain, there was nothing in the policy on biodiversity net gain that said anything particularly about designated sites. It didn't say they couldn't be included. And this doesn't say that the work can't be included. It's just saying you can't badge it as biodiversity net gain. You should do all you can, and you should address the issues as fully as possible, I'm reading here, but you can't call it biodiversity net gain.
So I just observe, I don't recall this issue being looked at in cross-examination by any of the advocates, and I'm just questioning to what extent, if at all, it arises from cross-examination.
It's putting into context for you, sirs, the mitigation hierarchy that is referred to, which is the issue. Could you turn to page 7, please? It should be section 1.4, applying the mitigation hierarchy.
Section 7. Page 7, sorry. Yes.
And we note there that it said the mitigation hierarchy is the cornerstone of achieving BNG. It is a sequential order of mitigation actions described in Table 1.2.
Yes.
Applying the mitigation requires taking each stage in turn, focusing on all possibilities before moving on to the next stage.
Yes.
Aiming for BNG does not mean that the mitigation hierarchy can be sidestepped. Projects cannot go straight to the compensation stage without first seeking to avoid and minimise their effects on biodiversity.
Yes.
And then we see 3 stages set out there in the table, applying the mitigation hierarchy of avoidance, minimisation and compensation.
Yes, that's what I referred to earlier and I couldn't find it.
When you were answering questions on that and making mention of the fact the word mitigation is no longer used, is it the substitution to minimisation?
Yes, that's the substitution. So the mitigation hierarchy is those 3 things, as they always was, but one of them was called confusingly mitigation previously.
From your perspective, where you described in your evidence the advice you gave to the golf course designer, Bill Core in terms of avoiding particular parts of the site. How would you categorise that in terms of this hierarchy?
I'd count that as stage one. I was identifying areas that I thought were of predominant sensitivity for nature conservation features and, if at all possible, should be avoided.
And how would you describe, in terms of this hierarchy, the process that Mr. Taylor referred to in his evidence, that in constructing the course there would be micrositing to avoid sensitive habitats?
I would call micrositing minimisation in this new hierarchy.
And how would you describe translocation?
I would call translocation compensation in this new hierarchy.
It's said there that addressing residual adverse effects is the final stage, only considered after all possibilities for avoiding and minimising have been implemented. From your involvement in the project, has those stages been followed through in the design work?
I would say so, yes. We tried to avoid habitats as best we can through design. We've tried to minimise the impacts and effects through micrositing. But there are going to be some effects where land take is unavoidable, unless, of course, you don't have a golf course. And in that situation, I would say that work to move those habitats is the last stage. I think it's a legitimate stage. Sort of a last resort is always used, but it always seems to have a negative connotation to it. It's a proper methodology, I've always felt, that but it has its place in a hierarchy, and it just seems to be seen as the last resort means bad type thing generally.
And the main difference between you and Professor Angus is that you take into account translocation before arriving at your conclusion on residual effects.
No, sorry, don't answer that question. That's fundamentally not this witness's position following the cross-examination this morning, where this issue was examined in some detail. And it's a leading question, and it's quite inappropriate in the context of an issue that's quite important. This witness has explained again and again that the issue of identification of likely significant effects is central to his evidence. Now, if Ms Wilson wants to revisit this issue, she'll have to do it in an open way that doesn't involve leading her witness, or in fact cross-examining her witness.
Well, sir, in light of that, I'm going to ask that you adjourn tonight. I'm not feeling well.
Okay. We'll end for the day then. Is 9:30 suitable again for tomorrow morning to pick this up? Okay. Thank you very much.